This hearing will come to order. Today, the Senate Judiciary Committee will hold a hearing on the nominations of Lisa Monaco to be Deputy Attorney General and Vanita Gupta to be Associate Attorney General. These are the number 2 and number 3 positions of leadership in the Justice Department. Ms. Monaco, Ms. Gupta, welcome to you and your families. We're happy to have you here. As I discussed at Judge Garland's hearing, the Justice Department is at an existential moment after 4 tumultuous years under President Trump. Too often during the last administration, the Justice Department essentially served as an arm of the White House, committed to advancing President Trump's personal and political interest. Judge Garland made it clear that restoring the department's independence and integrity is the highest priority for him and for his leadership team. This transformation is essential. Our nation faces challenging security threats, both here and abroad. And we know from the morning headlines out of Minnesota that we are also, as a nation, confronting important questions about race and inequality in our society. The public must have the assurance that the Justice Department is ready to respond to the threats facing us and is dedicated to ensuring equal justice under the law. I believe these nominees can meet that challenge. As Merrick Garland said of them, and I quote, "They have the skills that I do not have. They have experiences that I do not. I need this leadership team if I'm going to be successful." Simply put, Lisa Monaco may be the most qualified individual ever nominated to serve as Deputy Attorney General. As President Obama's Deputy National Security Advisor, she coordinated the federal government's response to a wide variety of security risks, including natural disasters, pandemics, terrorist attack, and cyber threats. I worked with her. I know that President Obama trusted her skill and judgment. Just as important, Ms. Monaco has the experience at nearly every level of the Department of Justice. She served as an Assistant U.S. Attorney, Counselor and Chief of Staff to the Director of the FBI, Associate Deputy Attorney General, Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General, and Assistant Attorney General for the National Security Division. For that last role, the Senate confirmed her by voice vote. Lisa Monaco knows the department. She is ready to hit the ground running, and she is well positioned to help restore the morale of the department's career professionals. Vanita Gupta is well qualified to be the Associate Attorney General. She would be the first civil rights lawyer and the first woman of color in our nation's history to serve in that position. Ms. Gupta has already had an amazing career. From 2014 to 2017, she led the department's Civil Rights Division. In this role, she led the department's work on a broad range of critical issues, including voting rights, policing reform, enforcing the Americans with Disabilities Act, and protecting our military from discrimination and predatory practices. She developed a reputation for bringing together stakeholders from diverse backgrounds to address tough challenges. I want to spend a moment about her early career, which I think tells us so much about her. Ms. Gupta started her legal career with the NAACP's Legal Defense and Education Fund. I was fortunate enough a few years ago to be given a book called The Devil in the Grove by Gilbert King. It was the story of Thurgood Marshall and the NAACP's Legal Defense and Education Fund. It's one of the best. It tells the story how Thurgood Marshall, African American, on trains, headed to the South to defend African Americans who had been accused of serious felonies. It was risky, it was dangerous, it was controversial, but it was the right thing to do in the cause of justice. You cannot read that account without coming away with a great admiration for his courage to risk his life for others, which he did time and time again. As I said in the book, he fought countless battles for human rights in antebellum courtrooms where white supremacy often prevailed. At night, when he was out of the courtroom, he had to worry about night riders and Klansmen and whether they would try to take his life. It's hard to imagine being an effective attorney, worrying at any moment that someone might kill you. I tell that story because I believe there's a parallel here. While Vanita Gupta was with the NAACP's Legal Defense and Education Fund, she led a landmark effort to exonerate nearly 40 wrongfully convicted individuals in the small town of Tulia, Texas. I asked John Cornyn, and he said he'd been by Tulia up in the panhandle of Texas. The individuals she was defending were almost all African American. They had all been convicted of drug charges based solely on the false testimony of one undercover officer. This officer was eventually revealed to be both dishonest and overtly racist. Ms. Gupta's clients were ultimately pardoned by Republican Governor Rick Perry, and the state of Texas paid a $6 million settlement. There's a parallel, there's an historic parallel to Thurgood Marshall's effort as an African American to go to the place where he was not welcome and to defend those who had no lawyer. Ms. Gupta's experience in Tulia, Texas parallels Thurgood Marshall's life and his work at the Legal Defense Fund. In recent years, Ms. Gupta has been the president and CEO of one of the largest and most distinguished civil rights organizations in the country, the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights. It is sad and pitiful that this exceptional nominee has been targeted by a right-wing dark money organization which is running television ads that make patently false claims. I can't say it any better than the Washington Post, which called the ad they're running against her, quote, a baseless smear campaign, which is, quote, categorically dishonest, and that is, quote, mainly notable for the magnitude of lies and distortions it crams into 30 seconds. This ad claims that Ms. Gupta supports defunding the police, but as the Washington Post wrote, awkwardly, there's zero proof of that, including in the ad's own footnoted citation. I am disappointed that some of my Senate colleagues are repeating the claims in this ad. It is the height of irony that anyone would criticize this well-qualified Justice Department veteran after we sat silently by while there was no Senate-confirmed Associate Attorney General for nearly 3 years during the Trump administration, an unprecedented leadership vacuum. In reality, Ms. Gupta worked closely with law enforcement during her tenure at the Justice Department. She led the department's efforts to reform policing practices, while also improving relations between police departments and the communities they serve. Don't take my word for it. Ms. Gupta's nomination has received the support of virtually every major law enforcement organization in the country. Consider a few of their statements. The Fraternal Order of Police wrote that Ms. Gupta, quote, always worked with us to find common ground even when that seemed impossible. The president of the National Sheriff's Association wrote, I strongly believe that Ms. Gupta is exactly the type of leader who's needed in the Justice Department today. She possesses immense credibility among law enforcement leaders and community leaders. She is an effective communicator and a bridge builder. The Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association wrote, Ms. Gupta has a proven history of working with law enforcement agencies, correction officials, advocates, stakeholders, and elected officials across the political spectrum. She has formed partnerships with many conservatives. Consider a few of the conservative leaders who have submitted strong letters of recommendation. Grover Norquist, president of Americans for Tax Reform. Here's what he wrote about Ms. Gupta. An honest broker, someone with an ability not only to understand but also appreciate different perspectives. She was someone who sought consensus. Mark Holden, the former general counsel of Koch Industries, wrote, I respected and admired how Ms. Gupta was not ideologically driven, but instead was principled and solutions-oriented. She worked incredibly hard to find solutions where some saw none. And Michael Chertoff, who served as Secretary of Homeland Security under President Bush, wrote of Ms. Gupta, she is a relentless advocate for fairness and the rule of law. I am grateful that there are leaders like her who will be serving this country. I am grateful, too, that distinguished leaders like Ms. Gupta and Ms. Monaco are ready to come back into public service, even when that means enduring this process and some of the things that come from it. Now I'd like to turn to the ranking member, Chuck Grassley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome everyone. as we're here to consider the nomination of two candidates for leadership of justice, Lisa Monaco and to be Deputy Attorney General, and Vanita Gupta to be Associate Attorney General. I extend a warm welcome to the candidates and the nominees, as well as their families and friends. Lisa Monaco is nominated to serve the second highest ranking position in the department. Serious job, and I applaud President Biden for nominating a serious person to the position. Ms. Monaco has worked to keep Americans safe from violent criminals, terrorists, and cyber threats. She's the type of mainstream pick I would expect from the Democratic nomination or administration. Vanita Gupta has been nominated to serve the Department of Justice as its third highest ranking official. While the Deputy Attorney General generally runs criminal law enforcement, the Associate Attorney General is in charge of the civil side of the department. Ms. Gupta comes before this committee with an impressive career advocating on behalf of various liberal civil rights organizations. She has worked with my office in the past on criminal justice reform, and I appreciate what we've been able to do in that area, and obviously I appreciate the cooperation of Senators Durbin and Lee in that same area. I'm now going to turn to some things that I had a private discussion over the phone with Ms. Gupta. And I told her I would bring these things up in the committee meeting and maybe in my questions. I think that she will have her work cut out for her, showing us that she can represent all Americans in the role that she has been selected for. While some of her career has been admirable civil rights litigation, much of it has been strident liberal advocacy. Her public persona has often been very partisan. So, a legitimate question, will this advocacy affect her work supervising civil, antitrust, environment, civil rights, and tax evasion? To answer those questions is why we have a hearing like this. Her Twitter feed has painted Republicans with a broad brush, describing our national convention last year as 3 nights of quote unquote racism, xenophobia, and outrageous lies. So a legitimate question, how many of our colleagues in this room were there? Of course, Mrs. Gupta has in fact launched Twitter attacks on some of them directly. Will that kind of partisan political advocacy affect her legal advocacy in the role where she represents all Americans? She has attacked the character of many judicial nominees, most of whom are now sitting on the federal bench. She called the confirmation of now Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett, quote unquote, illegitimate. She called Judge Kavanaugh, quote, a privileged lifelong partisan, end quote, whose testimony was, quote unquote, horrifying. She personally signed salacious opposition research dumps on 39 different circuit nominees over the last 4 years. Judges have thick skins, but the fact is that her name is going to be on hundreds, maybe thousands of briefs before those judges whose character she frequently maligned. So, a question, how will she square the kind of even-keeled legal advocacy we expect from our country's top civil lawyer with the kind of unfair political advocacy championing against the very judges she'll be appearing before? Her list of controversial statements is long. Ms. Gupta's prior experience in the Civil Rights Division also is of concern, whether it's the use of grant programs and consent decrees to federalize local law enforcement, the use of Justice Department slush funds to funnel money to liberal nonprofit political allies, or attempts to restrict school choice in Louisiana through decades-old desegregation orders. There's a lot to be concerned about. In the weeks since President Biden took office, we've seen stark changes to the Justice Department, suggesting a rapid return to the Holder era. We need to find out from the nominee if she'll help run the Justice Department for all Americans or be President Biden's progressive wing person. And I'm repeating how Holder referred to himself vis-a-vis President Obama. I'd like to end by reiterating Ms. Gupta's help on criminal justice reform and acknowledge the strong support she's received from law enforcement organizations. But the fact is that the Associate Attorney General's portfolio includes almost no oversight over criminal prosecution or federal law enforcement. The kinds of targets that will be in her agenda are conservative nonprofits, those who work in natural resource extraction, pro-lifers, religious employees, Google competitors, college students, Republican legislatures, and I suppose you could go on, but I'll stop there. They're the ones who are concerned about Ms. Gupta's nomination, and it's up to her to show us during this hearing and the CUFers that she will get that all these interests don't have any concern. And before I close, I'd like to say how I approach some of the things that deal with the issue of equality. There's a big difference between equal protection and equal outcome. Equality means equal treatment, unbiased competition, impartiality judges outcome. Equity means equal outcomes achieved by unequal treatment, biased competition, and preferential judgment. We all need to go by what the Declaration of Independence said. It's self-evident that all people are created equal. I yield.
Thanks, Senator Grassley. We now have reached the formal introduction phase. I'd like to welcome one of our colleagues, Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts, joining us remotely, who will introduce Ms. Monaco. Senator Markey, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. And welcome to Lisa, and welcome to your brother, Mark, and his wife, Jennifer, who with you today. And a special hello to Lisa's father, who I understand isn't in the hearing room, but is proudly watching online. It is with great honor and privilege that I have the opportunity to introduce Lisa Monaco, who has been nominated to serve as Deputy Attorney General, the second highest position at the United States Department of Justice. One of Lisa's predecessors, Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein, had joked at the start of his tenure about the relative anonymity of the position, telling one of his daughters not to expect to see his picture in the newspapers anytime soon. I've already told Lisa that I'm very hopeful and quite confident that in this Justice Department, things will work out better for her than it did for Mr. Rosenstein. I'm both relieved and enthusiastic to have someone as qualified, experienced, and knowledgeable as Lisa assume such a vital leadership role in our system of justice. Lisa is a Bay State native, growing up just outside Boston in Massachusetts. She received her bachelor's degree at Harvard University, went on to obtain her law degree at the University of Chicago Law School, and immediately began to take the world by storm. Lisa has served in several key positions, including Chief of Staff for former FBI Director Robert Mueller, Assistant Attorney General for National Security, and most notably, as Homeland Security Advisor during the Obama administration. In this role, Lisa was faced with one of the greatest challenges in her career, and it was a challenge that hit close to home. On April 15, 2013, in just her third week on the job as President Obama's new Homeland Security advisor, the Tsarnaev brothers bombed the finish line of the Boston Marathon. In a moment of terror and crisis, Lisa exhibited the utmost professionalism, steady-handed decision-making, and genuine compassion when our Commonwealth and country needed it the most. Lisa did her best to make sense of the events of April 15th, to clearly and directly communicate with the American people, and to remain calm under an immense amount of pressure. I'm confident that Lisa will approach her new role as Deputy Attorney General with the same courage, integrity, and fearlessness that she brought to the table throughout her distinguished career. President Biden could not have made a better choice for Deputy Attorney General, and I am proud to support her nomination today. So we welcome you, Lisa, and we are pleased to have you here, and I look forward to your nomination and your service to our nation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Colleague Senator Markey, we're also joined today by Virginia's Senators Warner and Kane, who will introduce Ms. Gupta. They are also joining us remotely. Senator Senator Warner, would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Chairman Durbin and Ranking Member Grassley and distinguished members of the committee. I don't know if that's my bad reception or are you guys hearing me okay? Is that a yes or?
We can hear you. It is rather distorted, which is unusual for your presentation.
I will soldier through, although I will try to make it quickly. While I'm here to introduce Vanita Gupta, I also want to add my my endorsement of Lisa Monaco. I think she will be great. This is getting worse and worse. Is this?
That or just call in?
We think it's on your end, Mark. Now you're muted. Yeah, it might have been it.
Did he make his money in tax? In cell phones.
Why don't you just have Mark call in and then maybe
Maybe we'll let
Tim.
Senator Kane give it a whirl, and then Mark can join us after.
Senator Durbin, is that better?
That is
Yeah.
much better, yes.
All right, you would think, as somebody who invented cell phones, you would think I'd be able to figure out a way to.
We were just chatting about that, Mark.
Well, let me put my 2 cents in for Lisa Monaco, but it is a great honor for me and my dear friend Tim Kaine to introduce a fellow Virginian and an outstanding public servant, President Biden's nominee to serve as Associate Attorney General, Vanita Gupta. Ms. Gupta, as we know, served from 2014 to 2017 as Principal Deputy Assistant Attorney General in Civil Rights Division. She led the division as Acting Assistant Attorney General until 2015. Since 2017, she has led one of the country's preeminent civil rights organizations, Leadership Conference for Civil and Human Rights. And let me echo, Mr. Chairman, what you said. You listed a number of her friends on the more conservative side. And I want to also point out the fact that Grover Norquist calls her an honest broker. I can assure you in my many years in public service, particularly my time as governor when we changed our tax code, Grover Norquist never called me anything even remotely close to a compliment. So the fact that he has said this about Vanita, I think is a great endorsement. You mentioned as well, and I want to echo our mutual friend Michael Chertoff, who's spoken very highly of Vanita. Mark Holden, the General Counsel of Koch Industries, worked with her on criminal justice reform. I think, Ranking Member Grassley mentioned this as well. Vanita's important work on the First Step Act back in 2018, which all the members of the committee did such a great job on. For a civil rights leader in the thick of issues around policing, race, and criminal justice reform, who's actually led investigations of police departments in Ferguson, Chicago, Baltimore, I think the fact that she's done all that, yet she still has this broad support of law enforcement is extremely important. And I think, Mr. Chairman, you also pointed out that she's been endorsed by the FOP. She obviously has other significant efforts, robust enforcement and education efforts to combat hate crimes, including the first ever prosecutions under the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. Hate Crimes Prevention Act. And then finally, I just want to mention as chairman of the Intelligence Committee, I've worked with many members of this committee on the misinformation, disinformation efforts, oftentimes coming out of social media. Vanita Gupta brings a great knowledge in this space. She has been willing to engage with the leaders of some of these platforms to see if they can put forward more responsible behavior. Because clearly, when we know that democracy itself is at stake in many of these issues around social media, having Vanita's voice in a senior position in the Justice Department, I think will be extraordinarily important. Vanita is a woman of extraordinary talent and intellect. She has broad support from the law enforcement community, and I recommend her without reservation to this committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Warner. Senator Kane?
Well, thank you to the committee members, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member Grassley. I am thrilled to be here to offer words on behalf of my constituent, Vanita Gupta. I support her because she's a passionate advocate for justice, because she's a consensus builder, and because she's a history maker. I was a civil rights lawyer for 17 years before I got into statewide politics. My first legal job was as a summer intern at the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. And I'm thrilled to have somebody who's spent her career as a civil rights attorney nominated to be the #3 official at the Department of Justice. I faced some challenges in my political career for my civil rights work, people complaining about causes that I had championed in cases where I had represented people. But Virginia voters looked at the fact that lawyers often were elected to office who'd been prosecutors. Lawyers were often elected to office who had represented corporations or those with significant advantages. So why couldn't somebody with a civil rights background also be entrusted to take an oath and follow the law and fight for justice? The chairman talked about her first case. Vanita took on this challenge of exonerating 46 people who had been wrongfully convicted in Tulia, Texas, ultimately obtaining pardons from the Republican governor of that state. She's got the persistence and the focus that would make her a wonderful #3 at the Justice Department. She is a consensus builder, as has been mentioned. When she was at the Justice Department, she worked on a lot of police reform issues and did so in a way that gained the respect of police organizations. She is endorsed for this position by the Fraternal Order of the Police, and I don't want to make that a throwaway line. I've worked with police departments my entire career as a mayor of Richmond and as a governor of Virginia, have worked to advance their pensions, etc. I've never been endorsed by the Fraternal Order of the Police. I've got to talk to Vanita and get the secret to that. But obviously, she's done it because she is an honest broker, as Senator Warner said. Finally, she is a history maker. She's the child of Indian immigrants to the United States. She's married to the child of Vietnamese immigrants to the United States. She would be the first civil rights lawyer to occupy this position at Justice and the first woman of color to do so. There will be a time in the future where we won't talk about firsts anymore because we will have decided not to artificially limit the talent pool of who can serve in positions like this. But sadly, we're not there yet. And it's important to have history makers so that everybody in this country can look at the leaders in our government and say, I can do that one day. Last thing I'll say is this, since Senator Durbin started with the story about Thurgood Marshall, I'm going to start with my favorite story about the Department of Justice and why I think Vanita Gupta would be so wonderful there. There was a woman in Virginia by the name of Mildred Loving, who in the early 1960s married Richard Loving in Caroline County, about an hour and 15 minutes south of DC. Because she was Black and he was white, they violated a state law, and after a series of raids on their home, they were criminally sentenced and ordered that they could never come back to Virginia again or they'd be thrown in jail. So they moved to Washington. This was very tough on the couple not to go back. The couple had their first child and just wanted to go back home so that the grandparents could see their baby, but they couldn't. They were barred from doing it. And so Mildred Loving sat down at her kitchen table, not far from the Russell Building where I'm talking to you now, and she wrote a handwritten letter to the Attorney General of the United States, Robert F. Kennedy, and said, "I'm being treated unjustly. Can you help me?" Robert F. Kennedy forwarded the case to some attorneys in Northern Virginia who represented her all the way to the Supreme Court, and the ban on interracial marriage was struck down. I want a Department of Justice where any person at the end of their tether who thinks that there's no one there to help them can sit at their kitchen table and handwrite a letter to the Attorney General and expect to be heard. With Vanita Gupta as the number 3 person at the Department of Justice, my dream for the Department of Justice would be realized, because she's the kind of person that people at the end of their tether would want to reach out to if they could find no one else to help them. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Kane. Would our 2 nominees please stand to be sworn? Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect that both of the nominees have answered in the affirmative. Ms. Monaco, you may proceed with your testimony.
To work here?
There you are.
Here we go. Thank you, Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Grassley, members of the committee. I'm honored to be here today as the President's nominee to be the Deputy Attorney General. And I thank Senator Markey for his very kind introduction and for the shout out to my father. Without the love and support of my family, I would not have been able to pursue a career in public service. I'm joined today by my brother Mark and his wife Jennifer. I'm very grateful for their presence and for the support of their children, Nicholas and Sophia, as well as that of my twin brother Chris, his wife Lisa, my nieces Jessica and Julia, and my brother Peter and his partner Nancy. When I came before this committee as a nominee 10 years ago, almost to the day, Mr. Chairman, my mother and father were sitting right behind me. My mother's no longer with us, but as has been noted, my father is riveted to the TV this morning. I'm deeply grateful to my parents who have taught me about hard work, about humility, and about what it means to live one's values. If confirmed, it will be an honor to work with the leadership team nominated by the President, with Merrick Garland, and with Vanita Gupta, another veteran of the department with whom I am very pleased to be here today. The Deputy Attorney General runs the day-to-day operations of the department. Its 115,000 employees work every day to uphold the rule of law, to protect the American people from domestic and foreign threats, and to pursue equal justice. If I'm confirmed, I will dedicate myself to protecting our national security, ensuring our laws are fairly and faithfully enforced, independent of partisan influence, and that the rights of all Americans are protected. I grew up as a lawyer in the Department of Justice, serving in different positions over 15 years across Republican and Democratic administrations. Each role reinforced for me that with power comes profound responsibility to protect the rights and the liberties that we are all guaranteed by the Constitution. And it's only if we commit ourselves every day to that effort that we can earn the confidence of the American people. Early in my career as an assistant United States attorney, I felt the responsibility to ensure not that cases are won, but that justice is done, and that each individual defendant's rights are protected. As a senior official in the FBI after 9/11, I helped transform that agency into a national security organization focused on preventing the next attack. And as the leader of the National Security Division, I enhanced the department's ability to grapple with what was then a newly emerging threat, nation-state cyber attackers. Because of those experiences, I understand that the Justice Department holds a unique place in our government. It wears two hats. It's an executive agency that implements the president's lawful policy objectives. That's policy objectives, not political objectives. It's also an independent investigator and prosecutor, and in this function must act free of any political or partisan influence. Throughout my career, these norms have been my North Star. Today, the Justice Department is at an inflection point. Never has the department's role in protecting our national security and the safety of the American people been more important as we battle violent extremism, foreign and domestic, and mounting cyber threats from nation states and criminals alike. Our response to the shocking events of January 6th, an attack that cut to our country's core, and I know so personally affected many in this room, is nothing less than the defense of our democracy. We must renew our work with law enforcement to protect public safety and build community trust, even as a once-in-a-century pandemic makes a difficult job all the more dangerous for frontline officers. We must recommit ourselves to the promise of equal justice and confront the fact that communities of color and other minorities continue to face discrimination in fundamental aspects of American life, including in the criminal justice system. My first job in the department was as counsel to Janet Reno, the first woman Attorney General. She hung a portrait of Attorney General Edward Levy in her conference room. It signaled, I think, her commitment to independence and continuing Levy's post-Watergate work. It symbolized for me then, and is a reminder to me today, that the department's leaders have a duty to remember and reaffirm the values of the institution. The story goes that when Levy was asked what he thought the department needed most after Watergate, he responded, "A soul." I believe that the soul of the Justice Department lives in the integrity of the women and men who serve it, in the career professionals and in the norms that are the connective tissue keeping our rule of law muscles strong. I've already had the great good fortune to work with nearly every part of the Department of Justice. I know its career lawyers, law enforcement agents, analysts, and professional staff are its beating heart. If confirmed, it will be my honor to once again serve alongside them. Thank you, and I look forward to the committee's questions.
Thank you, Ms. Monaco. Ms. Gupta, you may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, and members of the committee. It is a privilege to appear before this committee today as you consider my nomination for Associate Attorney General. I am deeply, deeply honored to have been nominated for this position by President Biden. And thank you to Senators Warner and Kaine for your gracious introductions. Let me begin by introducing the love of my life, my husband, Chin, and our sons, Rohan and Chetan, who are in the room today. My husband serves as the legal director of the Legal Aid Society of the District of Columbia, and I am really proud of our shared commitment to public service. I also want to express gratitude to my sister and her family, and to my parents, Rajiv and Kamla Gupta, who are also watching on C-SPAN. My parents are proud immigrants from India, and they believe more than anything in the promise of America. Growing up, they taught me that loving this country brings with it the obligation to do the necessary work to perfect our union. That belief is shared by my husband, whose family fled violence and war in Vietnam and sought refuge on these great shores. It is because of this nation's welcome and my parents' sacrifice and humility that I sit before this committee today. Only one agency in our federal government bears the name of a value. And by virtue of that name, that value of justice, we know that the department carries a unique charge and North Star. It is the sacred keeper of the promise of equal justice under the law. And if confirmed as Associate Attorney General, I pledge to this committee and to the American people that I will work for justice every day. As a lifelong civil rights lawyer, I have committed my career to ensuring that the promises made in the Constitution are kept and that our federal laws are fairly and impartially applied. That commitment to fairness under the law is the same one that I saw every day from the career lawyers at the Department of Justice when I led the Civil Rights Division. If confirmed, I will aggressively ensure that the Justice Department is independent from partisan influence. That independence is part of a long tradition, and it is vital to the fair administration of justice and preserving the public's trust and confidence in our legal system. If confirmed, it will be the honor of a lifetime to assume the Associate Attorney General's responsibility to oversee the fair and impartial enforcement of our laws to protect the health, safety, and economic security of all Americans. That includes ensuring fair competition and preventing abuse of market power that harms consumers, combating environmental degradation and promoting environmental justice, enforcing our nation's civil rights laws and prosecuting hate crimes and human trafficking, supporting crime victims and survivors of domestic abuse and sexual violence, defending federal laws, policies, regulations, and programs, and making sure taxpayer dollars are safe from waste and fraud, and overseeing grant programs that support state, local, municipal law enforcement and justice systems and build trust across communities. Every day, the extraordinary professionals at the Justice Department support and defend the Constitution and uphold the rule of law with deep integrity. These are some of the same values that animated me in my first cases after law school that you've heard about in a small town called Tulia, Texas. I was a young lawyer representing people who had been wrongfully convicted in a drug sting, which led to then Governor Rick Perry pardoning them and a multi-million-dollar settlement. The Tulia exonerations helped usher in a new era of bipartisan criminal justice reform. And Texas led the way as one of the first states to start rolling back decades of racially unjust mass incarceration policies, saving lives and billions of dollars in taxpayer money. Other states like Georgia and South Carolina and Louisiana and Utah have followed suit. From that early experience on, I have spent my career dedicated to making real the promise of our federal laws and Constitution, and leading with my long-held conviction that addressing difficult problems requires building consensus. In the years following the Tulia exonerations, I built bipartisan campaigns with conservative leaders who are supporting my nomination today to secure safe and smart criminal justice policies and in other areas as well. When I led the Justice Department Civil Rights Division, I worked closely with law enforcement, community leaders, and residents, listening to their different perspectives and struggles. As part of a priority initiative I launched to promote religious freedom, I also engaged faith leaders of all backgrounds about combating religious discrimination. When approaching the most entrenched problems of our time, I have been able to forge alliances across the political spectrum and build relationships of trust. I am humbled today that my nomination is supported by the National Fraternal Order of Police, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, major county sheriffs, the National County Sheriffs Association, Major Cities Chief, and more. As the events on January 6th make plain and clear, our democracy and Constitution do not protect themselves. It is people of good conscience who do. I am deeply honored for the chance to return to work with my fellow nominees and with the incredible women and men of the Justice Department to uphold our Constitution and federal laws in pursuit of justice for all. Thank you again for this opportunity, and I look forward to your questions.
Thanks, Ms. Gupta. Before I turn to questions, I want to lay out a few of the ground rules for this hearing. Senators will have 7 minutes to question nominees. We're prepared to add an additional 5-minute round for those senators who wish to ask additional questions. I'd ask our members to remain within their allotted time and note that we will take short 10-minute breaks occasionally. I want to make one additional note before I start my own questioning. Under the leadership of Chairman Grassley and Chairman Graham, we have seen a sincere effort to make certain that we were respectful and courteous in dealing with witnesses. I know that we will strive to continue that tradition today and beyond, so I thank all my colleagues for their cooperation in that effort. Ms. Monaco, since you've been at the Justice Department, things have changed a little. They certainly have changed in terms of the threats to the United States. If you take a look at the course of American history, the Ku Klux Klan seems to appear and reappear about every 50 years. 1865, the early 1910, 15, then again in the 50s, and here they come again. in a different form with different names, but the same basic agenda. Christopher Gray from the FBI testified the other day that he believed, as I do, that this is a serious threat. As much as we need to concentrate on what's happening across the ocean in America today, if we want security in our neighborhoods and towns, we need to concentrate what's happening across the street. The Department of Justice plays a critical role in that regard. Would you comment on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're quite right. The Department of Justice's responsibility and mission to protect the American people and to do so consistent with the rule of law is true whether the threats are foreign or domestic. And as Director Wray has, I think, observed before this committee very recently, unfortunately and concerningly, the domestic terrorism threat is one that is metastasizing across the country. I served, as has been noted, through a series of inflection points for the Department of Justice, including after 9/11. And the time then and since, in working with law enforcement at the federal, state, and local level, with the intelligence community, with the career men and women in the department, I recognize that the first thing you need to do is understand the nature of the evolving threat. I think that is critically important, even as we deploy all the resources that we can to address and hold accountable those responsible for the horrible attack that happened here on January 6th. If I'm confirmed, Mr. Chairman, it will be my responsibility with all of the components with direct responsibility to protect the American people, the FBI and others, reporting directly to me. It'll be my focus to immediately get briefed on that investigation, but more broadly, to understand what is it that brought us to this point where we could have such an attack that I personally never thought I would see in my lifetime. What is it that is mobilizing people to violence, and how can we deploy all of the tools and the resources of the Department of Justice to make sure it never happens again?
Thank you. Ms. Gupta, 2 softballs. Do you support defunding the police? And would you like to say a few words about Senator Grassley's concern with your tweets?
Thank you, Chairman Durbin. I do not support defunding the police. I have, in fact, spent my career advocating where it's been necessary for greater resources for law enforcement in things like body-worn cameras, officer wellness and safety programs, and any number of measures. I believe that is why I today enjoy the honor of having so much law enforcement support. It would be with a great honor for me to return to the Justice Department precisely to continue to roll up my sleeves and work hand in glove and understand the current needs of law enforcement and some of the most challenging times that are presented for frontline responders. I have indeed, Senator, talked about something that I hear reflected from police officers and police chiefs, sheriffs, and civil rights activists about the fact that for too long we have placed almost all or so many of our nation's social problems at the feet of police. From everything from homelessness to mental health issues to substance use disorder. And when we speak about this, we speak about the fact that law enforcement has been dealt this burden of having to deal with all of these problems and the need for greater investment in mental health services, in community-based drug treatment programs. And so when I've spoken about investments, it has been really about something that I've heard and I've talked to at length for years, long before George Floyd was killed, with law enforcement, about the need to provide them supports and to not have them be the only go-to response, holding the burden of all of these issues. And I will continue, if confirmed as Associate Attorney General, to listen to the voices of law enforcement, to continue to advocate for their resources so they can do everything they need to do to keep our communities safe and to have the trust of the communities that they serve. On the tweets, Chairman, and I appreciate you giving me this opportunity, and I should say to Ranking Member Grassley and to the other members who I understand have these concerns, I understand why you have them. I take them seriously. I regret the harsh rhetoric that I have used at times in the last several years. Perhaps I think the rhetoric has gotten quite harsh over the last several years, and I have fallen prey to it, and I wish I could take it back. I can't. But what I can commit to you and ask that you do is look at my lifelong record. I have, from the early on in my career, sought out people who don't always think like me, people who have very different views, because I believe in the importance of building consensus to get things done. While I've been a lifelong idealistic civil rights lawyer, I am a deeply pragmatic person. I'm a relationship builder. I think that's why I have the trust of law enforcement today on some of the most difficult problems that we face. And I understand that the position of Associate Attorney General is a law enforcement position. It has to be strictly nonpartisan in every measure. I must represent the full equities of the American people and enforce the federal laws and Constitution free from any kind of partisan influence. I've done it before. I did it when I was at the Civil Rights Division. I've been in the Justice Department before. And I can pledge to you today that if I am confirmed, or regardless, you won't be hearing that kind of rhetoric from me. And I will look forward to working collaboratively to continuing to support the leadership of people like Ranking Member Grassley, Senator Lee on criminal justice reform measures, and other members, Senator Cornyn and others, who I've had the privilege of helping to support these bipartisan bills to get things done for the American people.
Thank you. Senator Grassley.
Before I ask Ms. Gupta about environment, slush funds, and big tech, I hope we can get through those three. I want to make a little statement about civil rights that I don't expect you to address in any way. But I look at a lot of things about the color of people's skin from the standpoint of a Korean daughter-in-law of 45 years and a granddaughter-in-law of about 3 years from Ethiopia. I have learned a lot from them, not because of their color, but because of what they bring to America in the way of a work ethic and what they bring to America in the way of family values. Another statement I'd like to make is taking off from what I said about the Declaration of Independence in my opening remarks. It's self-evident that all people are created equal. I also like to follow what Dr. Martin Luther King famously said, quote, he dreams about his children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. And I'm a little put out that I don't hear that very often anymore, but on the other hand, I don't hear it repudiated by anybody. So going to my first question, you received a letter of support from environmental groups, Defenders of Wildlife, Natural Resource Defense Council, Sierra Club, and many others. And across administrations, these groups are frequently adverse to the Environment Division, which you would oversee. Specifically, your environmentalist supporters complain that President Trump's Justice Department, quote, actively applied a restrictive view of the standing document. They seem to be confident that you will not do that. So why do environmental activists think that you will support a less restrictive standing document?
Senator, I have appreciated, I saw that letter and I appreciate that support. I want to be clear that I am beholden, if confirmed, to no single organization and to no prejudgments about this. My sole guide, if confirmed as Associate Attorney General, has to be the federal laws that this body has enacted and the Constitution. And as a nominee, I'm not privy to all of the documents and changes and things like that, but you have my word that I will go into this position, if confirmed, without prejudgments and beholden to no particular group or preset agenda.
Do political appointees have the power to confer or deny standing under the Constitution?
No.
Okay. Will you instruct the Environment Division to faithfully employ standing doctrines in litigation, including Lujan versus Defenders of Wildlife?
Yes.
One natural resource project where the Justice Department is opposed, one natural resource project where the Justice Department is opposed to environmentalists is a Resolution copper mine in Arizona. My longtime colleague, Senator McCain, championed legislation in 2015 allowing this mine to exist. It's expected to support 3,700 jobs for Arizonans, including many Native Americans, and added an estimated $60 billion to the economy. The Biden administration has already started to roll back the mining's opening, but other aspects of it are still being litigated. Would you honor Senator McCain's legacy and defend the opening of the Resolution Copper Mine in court? And more generally, will you defend other existing natural resource projects that are being challenged by environmentalists?
Senator, I appreciate you laying this out. If I was confirmed, I would want to get fully briefed and assessed on these matters. I don't know the details of it, but I understand the concerns that you're presenting, and it would be, I would look forward to circling back with your office to hear more about those concerns. I'd want to understand exactly what the status is of this matter in the Justice Department. Again, because I don't want to prejudge or go in with prejudgments about what any group may be expecting of me, I certainly would want to understand the facts and the law in this particular matter.
As I told Judge Garland, I'm very opposed to third-party slush fund settlements. When the government settles an enforcement action, the settlement money needs to go directly to victims or to the U.S. Treasury, where Congress can decide how to spend it. Justice Department lawyers authorizing settlements to nonprofits and other third parties are illegally appropriating funds. The Associate General Counsel authorizes such settlements. When we talked over the phone, you told me that the government isn't here to help special interest groups. At the same time, in the past, you have praised settlements with where third parties benefit, like 2012 Wells Fargo settlement. I hope you can assure me as Associate Attorney General you will not authorize any settlements that direct funds to parties other than direct victims or the U.S. Treasury.
Senator, and I appreciate that you had raised that on the call that we had, and thank you again for making time to meet with me. I understand there are actually regulations in place that strictly limit the circumstances now in which the Justice Department can give proceeds of a settlement to third parties. And if I'm confirmed as Associate Attorney General and settlements require my approval, I will comply with that regulation.
Okay. Probably this will be my last question. A group called Defending Democracy Together has taken over $1 million in ads out supporting your confirmation. According to public reports, Defending Democracy Together, while generally dark money operations, receives significant support from founders of eBay, Silicon Valley Community Foundation, and the tech-connected dark money umbrella Arabella. In other words, big tech is spending big money to get you confirmed as their regulator. Why do you, 3 questions. Why do you think big tech wants you to be in charge of antitrust division? Were any technology company executives or foundation donors to your leadership conference? And will you agree to recuse from enforcement action against technology companies?
Senator, I will just say, based on my prior engagements with tech companies, I would highly doubt that they would be excited necessarily about my confirmation. My role as a civil rights lawyer has been to push the tech companies very hard on any number of issues. I did not have any role to play in this ad situation, and if I am confirmed as Associate Attorney General, I will bring the full force of our country's antitrust laws to bear to protect competition, which is so core to our economy, and to protecting consumers. And your second question, sorry, Senator.
Were any technology companies, executives, et cetera, donors to your leadership conference?
I do believe that there were a couple of tech companies that have given in the past to the leadership conference. I can get you the list. I don't remember offhand, but I want to be very certain and would be happy to answer in written questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Grassley. Through the miracle of Zoom, the senior senator from Vermont is prepared. Senator Patrick Leahy, proceed.
Thank you. Is this coming through, Mr. Chairman?
Senator Leahy, Senator Leahy, we're having trouble receiving you.
Okay, let me try again.
I don't know if there's a way to adjust your broadcast.
I don't know. Is that any better, or is it still doing the same thing?
Still a little distorted, but if you'll proceed, we'll try to make do. Go ahead.
Okay. First off, I'm glad to see both Ms. Monaco and Ms. Gupta there. I know them both. I have a great deal of recognition.
Senator Leahy, sorry to interrupt you, but we're going to have to improve your technical performance. I'm sure the substance is very good.
Okay.
Maybe someone can give Senator Leahy some advice on this. In the meantime, I think Senator Feinstein, why don't you proceed?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. Just one personal comment. I've been on this committee for more than 20 years. It's the first time I've seen two highly qualified women, young women, before this committee for two very critical, important positions. And it's really, for somebody like me, a very sincere and important moment. So I just want to say thank you both for what you have done in the past decades. You are obviously both qualified. Now, let me move ahead. Ms. Monaco, you've had a very impressive career in government, including at the Justice Department. You've covered a wide array of issues. You've received the Attorney General's Award for Exceptional Service for your work on the Enron Task Force. You've helped then Director Bob Mueller transform the FBI after 9/11. And as Assistant Attorney General for National Security, you led the department's efforts to integrate intelligence with law enforcement. So, what will be your priorities as the Deputy Attorney General?
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for your leadership and the time we spent previously during your chairmanship of the Intelligence Committee. My priorities, Senator, I will want to talk with Judge Garland, of course, but here's how I would approach it. First and foremost, reaffirming the values of the Department of Justice, its independence, its focus and mission on enforcement of the federal law without fear or favor. Secondly, focusing on protecting the American people from a range of threats. Unfortunately, we find ourselves not only battling, of course, a once-in-a-century pandemic, but facing the metastasizing threat of domestic terrorism. We cannot stop being vigilant with respect to foreign terrorism, cyber threats, the challenge of violent crime that I know is something so many of the members of this committee are focused on, and ensuring that we are focused on the equal application and the equal protection of our law when it comes to everything from consumer protection to combating environmental degradation. Those are some of the things that I think we will focus on assiduously, and doing so always understanding that the Department of Justice employees are there to do their job, just putting their head down, doing their work every day. I think they don't want to see themselves in any partisan scrum back and forth and in the headlines. I think they want the resources and the tools to do the job for the American people, and it'll be my focus and approach as Deputy Attorney General to make sure they have those tools and resources.
Thank you. Ms. Gupta, in 2007, when you were part of the ACLU, you filed a lawsuit about an immigration detention center in Taylor, Texas. The issue was specifically about the conditions at the center for the children and their families. Children at the time were required to wear prison uniforms, and guards would threaten to separate children from their families if they misbehaved, I've been told. You won a settlement in that case that protected these children, many of whom were released from the facility with your families. At the Department of Justice, what steps would you take to ensure that children and their families are protected when it comes to immigration?
Senator, thank you for that question. The health and safety of children has been something that I have long been concerned with throughout my career. And in this particular facility, the conditions were quite horrific. And it was important that I was able, with other lawyers and advocates, to step in to protect the health and well-being of these children while complying with our nation's immigration laws. And so we litigated, actually, then against the Department of Justice on the other side and reached a really important settlement. And if I am confirmed as Associate Attorney General, I will be motivated and to enforce our federal laws, to protect and enforce our immigration laws. I believe that we can have border security and safety for all of our communities while ensuring fair treatment of those in our facilities and in our communities. And that is a dual role and responsibility that I would look forward to working, of course, with the Deputy Attorney General and the Attorney General, who have even greater authority over immigration than I would.
Thank you. And if I can quickly get in one last question. The Associated Press reported that hate crimes rose to the highest level in more than a decade. The AP also reported that the United States recorded the most hate-related killings since the FBI began collecting data in the 1990s. Despite this finding, only 13.9% of the agencies in the FBI hate crimes report indicated that hate crimes occurred in their jurisdictions. So I'd like to ask both of you, what steps would you take at the Department of Justice to combat the rise in hate crimes in this country?
Senator, you've identified a very pressing and concerning issue. The rise in hate crimes is something that I take very, very seriously. Also, the rise in crimes against Asian Americans in the Asian American community. The first thing I would do, Senator, is sit down with Director Wray and understand what are the resources that the FBI has applied to these issues, what more can be done with the data, and how can we get more and better data, because if we don't understand the problem, we can't fight it.
And Senator, when I was at the Justice Department before, hate crimes enforcement was a top priority. When Congress enacted the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. Hate Crimes Prevention Act in 2009, it gave the Justice Department greater tools, but also greater responsibility to do everything it can to prosecute hate crimes when they occur. I think vigorous enforcement of that law, working with U.S. attorneys' offices around the country, is going to be really important. But also equally important is ensuring that communities that may be the most vulnerable to hate crimes understand and trust their local law enforcement partners, the Justice Department as one that will protect them when these types of things occur. And then we have to ensure that we are also doing what we can in communities around the country to help prevent these crimes from happening to begin with. And there's any number of partnerships that the Justice Department has had in the past that I believe hopefully are still ongoing with community-based organizations to help ensure that communities feel safe in reporting these things. And so the full force of the Justice Department, working in partnership with local law enforcement, can react in real time when these things happen.
Thank you both. My time is up.
Thanks, Senator Feinstein. Senator Cornyn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations to both of you on your nomination. I just have one question for you, Ms. Monaco. Will you allow Mr. Durham to complete his work as special counsel?
Well, Senator, as you know, Mr. Durham has been allowed to stay on to pursue his work. I have no reason I have no reason to think that that isn't the right decision. And as Deputy Attorney General, it will be my job to make sure that he has the resources to do his job, and I'm committed to doing that.
Thank you. Ms. Gupta, I'm trying to reconcile the testimony of my friends from Virginia that describe you as a consensus builder on one hand and the almost unbroken record of partisan culture war, that is your in your resume. So I just have a few questions to maybe help flesh that out a little bit. Is it true that you advocate decriminalization of all drugs?
No, Senator, I do not.
And I've had this conversation with some of my friends in law enforcement, the endorsements that you've gotten, that you've spoken of. Do you support the elimination of qualified immunity for lawsuits against the police?
Senator, I suspect that you're referring to testimony that I gave before this committee over the summer when I was representing the consensus views of the Civil Rights Coalition at the Leadership Conference. In matters of policy, if I'm confirmed as Associate Attorney General, my guide, and I know this issue and many others around police accountability, the Senate's going to be considering in the Justice and Policing Act, we will follow the President's policy agenda so long as it's consistent with the law. I have been talking a lot to law enforcement the last several months about all kinds of issues around the tension of how to ensure accountability while ensuring that law enforcement can do their jobs. And if I am confirmed as Associate Attorney General, I will continue to leverage these relationships in law enforcement to understand their perspectives. And my commitment will solely be to the Constitution and federal law. Obviously, the doctrine of qualified immunity is a judicially created doctrine and applies to many more public sector employees than simply police officers. But that will be my commitment.
Well, I heard your answer, but I didn't hear you answer the specific question. Do you support the elimination of qualified immunity for lawsuits against government employees, including police officers?
Senator, from where I sit now, today, in my personal capacity, I don't. I want to understand more the perspectives of law enforcement as well as the need, and I think we all recognize that I heard it really from every member of the committee when I testified this summer about the importance of ensuring that communities have faith that there is accountability when individual law enforcement engages in misconduct. I hear it from law enforcement as well, and I would look forward to working with law enforcement, with members of this committee as you engage these really difficult and challenging questions that we're facing as a country right now about how to ensure accountability when misconduct happens and how to ensure that law enforcement have the support they need to do their jobs.
So you no longer support the elimination of qualified immunity. Is that your testimony?
Senator, as I said, I was testifying this summer representing the views of the coalition and
my question is, do you no longer support the elimination of qualified immunity?
I will say I don't come in supporting it, elimination one way or another. My duty, if confirmed as Associate Attorney General, will be to follow the President's lead on these kinds of policy issues so long as they're consistent with the law, and to engaging and continuing to engage with civil rights leaders, community leaders, law enforcement on these very difficult questions of accountability.
Senator Grassley asked you a little bit about the diversion of funds in a judgment to non-parties, and I think you alluded to a policy memorandum authored by Attorney General Sessions on November the 7th, 2018, where he raised 3 constitutional concerns with regard to diversion of those funds from someone other than the victim or the U.S. Treasury. He said that supervision of the government entity subject to the decree can deprive the elected representatives of the people of the affected jurisdiction of the control of their government. Secondly, the governmental entity subject to the decree suffers significant ramifications with regard to local budget priorities, effectively taking these decisions and accountability for them away from the people's elected representative. And third, such decrees must be carefully crafted to avoid improperly depriving future officials of their designated legislative and executive powers. Do you agree with that statement?
Senator, those sound like they are statements of the law, and I would agree.
So you agree with Attorney General Sessions, and that would be the policy that you would enforce if confirmed?
Senator, if I'm confirmed, right now I'm not privy to any kind of internal information about how this policy is working, and I have to follow federal law, and that's my commitment would be to do just that.
Well, you know how it's worked in the past, where the money is diverted to, Senator Grassley mentioned some examples of lawsuits against against banks. But it was fairly common during the Obama-Holder era to divert settlement proceeds to non-parties. You're familiar with that, aren't you?
I'm familiar about the policy that you're talking about, and I think that the settlements need to make victims whole in the first instance, and I also understand very much the importance of these guardrails. I understand that was the impetus for this regulation, and as I said, if I am confirmed and settlement agreements require my approval, I will comply with that regulation.
And just to clarify my initial question about drugs, did you say in response to a questionnaire from the committee at page 1037 that you believe that states should decriminalize simple possession of all drugs, particularly marijuana, and for small amounts of other drugs?
Senator, I have advocated, as I believe President Biden has, for decriminalization of marijuana possession. I believe that substance use disorder is both an enforcement problem and a public health problem, but I do not support decriminalization of all drugs.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Cornyn. We're going to try Senator Leahy.
Okay, we've been working with, I guess it's not working, the recording studio thought they fixed it. Apparently they haven't.
I'm sorry we haven't solved the problem.
That's okay, thank you. I'll submit my questions.
I'm sorry. If you can find a way to do this by phone, Senator, we'd be happy to do that. We'll work on that next, if you'd like.
Thank you. We'll see what happens.
Senator Whitehouse?
Thank you. We're now 0 for 2 on Zoom callers being audible, so I suspect it may have something to do with us in this room having the volume or the gain turned up too hard so that it's blowing through the noise. So if we could try to solve that on our end too, that might be helpful rather than just leave it to former Chairman Leahy. Very nice to see you both. Ms. Monaco, we go way back to Reno DOJ, and then in my time on the Intelligence Committee when you were involved in the national security world. So I'm delighted to see you here in this new iteration of your career. I do want to flag one piece of unfinished business for you that came up in my conversation with Director Wray, which has to do with all of the information that the FBI refused to provide us over the last 3 to 4 years in response to both questions for the record and letters seeking information. As you can imagine, when years went by without getting answers, that became intensely frustrating. And when we saw the FBI freely providing information to one side of the aisle while blockading the highway for most of us to get information out of the FBI, the frustration grew quite considerably. So I'm going to want your commitment that we're going to get these questions answered and that we're going to be able to do proper oversight of these long overdue, stonewalled topic areas. I don't think you can expect me to trust the person who blocked the information all those years, so I need to hear that from you. I got a good answer from the nominee for Attorney General, Judge Garland, and I'd like to get your commitment that this multi-year blockade of information for this committee out of the FBI and out of the department to a degree will stop.
Well, Senator, first, I very much respect and appreciate the role of oversight of this committee, and I very much understand your frustration, and I appreciate you raising it with me on the call that we had, and I appreciate you taking the time to do that. I also know of you raising this with Director Wray last week when he was here. So you have my commitment that I will do my level best if I am confirmed to ensure that this committee gets timely and responsive answers. I also understand that you want us to address the backlog that you're talking about.
Thank you.
I'll do my best to discuss that with Director Wray and make sure you can get the answers
Yeah,
that
I think we'll probably want to set up an investigative plan of some kind so we know what we are, you know what we're asking for and you know what we can get.
You're prioritizing the request, I think, would be helpful as well.
We will do that. A couple of things that you're going to come across if confirmed. One is the Office of Legal Counsel. I'm concerned that that organization needs a pretty hard and close look. The torture memos and the warrantless wiretap memos were pretty extraordinary efforts and blew up within the very department in which they'd been written under the administration that sought them. So that was a pretty good sign of OLC going off the rails. Then we had 2 OLC opinions that were reviewed by the DC District Court and the Southern District of New York District Court, and they got, I would say, caustic receptions, the kind of receptions that if I were supervising those lawyers, I'd want to go and have a good look. It's not clear to me that OLC has actually modified those views to respond to those caustic judicial opinions. And I worry particularly about the box canyon that OLC has built for its determination that the president can't be investigated. In our country, all the way back to Chief Justice Marshall, it's the courts that say what the law is, but the way that they've framed their doctrine, this question never gets to a court to be looked at because the self-fulfilling consequence of their opinion is that there's never a matter to go before the court. So we have no Article III support for the OLC opinion that there can be no investigation of the president. I think we need to resolve all of those things. There was a time when OLC was a truly vaunted place, and I'm afraid that it has devolved into a place where political errands get run, and I would urge you to take a good close look at OLC. I would also urge you to let us know what the role of the department is going to be with respect to executive privilege determinations. We have spent years getting completely fanciful executive privilege assertions out of the Trump administration, sometimes not even using the word executive privilege, just stamping blank pages with the phrase constitutional privilege as if that's supposed to mean something. And I've understood it to be the department's role to be the intermediary on executive privilege assertions when other agencies of government make that assertion, and to be the policeman for the process to make sure that there actually is a proper assertion of executive privilege. Are you prepared to undertake that role in a meaningful way?
Yes, Senator. As you rightly state, the department's job is to ensure that the law is faithfully applied and is done in an even-handed and fairly and impartial way. I think OLC serves a very, very important function, as I think you'll agree with me.
Yeah.
We can't have rule of law unless we have a fair, unbiased, rigorous answers to questions that are posed to by executive agencies to the Office of Legal Counsel. In my past experience, abiding by a set of transparent best practices, I think, can be very useful. And if I'm confirmed, it would be something that I would make a priority to understand how they're operating and whether those best practices are being adhered to.
Thank you. Ms. Gupta, as we look at, in this committee, we've already had hearings and we'll continue to look at the question of qualified immunity. I'd urge you to take a good look at the doctrine of respondeat superior, which is the general doctrine governing employee-employer relations, and it generally makes the employer responsible for all torts committed by the employee as long as it's within the course and scope of employment. It seems to me that that's a very logical fallback, and it seems to me that when departments and managers are responsible for misconduct, then the forces of discipline, of training, of procedure and all the things that drive the conduct of command-based agencies start to work in the public's favor. And I'm out of time, so if you could just make your comment very brief on that.
I appreciate you flagging that, Senator. And if I'm confirmed, I would look forward to working with you and other members who I know are going to be engaging these important questions in upcoming legislation. But your flagging of the respondeat superior doctrine is certainly something that I recall actually you raising when I appeared before this body this summer. And I would be very interested in thinking about that further on these tough issues. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Whitehouse. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to both of you for being here. I've enjoyed my interactions with you in the past and I look forward to our conversation today. Ms. Gupta, let's start with you. As you know, part of the Department of Justice's responsibility is to review the legality of agency rules before they're finalized and then to be prepared to defend those rules in court. As part of the process, you have to anticipate what might come about. Are there any circumstances in which you might refuse to defend a federal regulation that's already been approved by the Department of Justice?
It's hard for me to opine on that hypothetically, but I believe that there would need to be some stringent circumstances that would need to present themselves in a clear rationale that would involve probably deliberation by the highest level of the department to refuse to do something like that.
Would you describe it as an unusual event in which that might happen?
Yes, absolutely.
And so what sort of circumstance would that bring about?
It could be that it's a change in the law in courts around the country. It could be that changed factual circumstances. Obviously, hypothetically speaking, it's hard for me to know, but the Justice Department would need to be able to clearly rationalize that or provide a rationale to any court were that to happen. And so I would think that's quite an unusual circumstance.
Okay. I want to pick up on something that was brought up by Senator Grassley and was also mentioned in a separate line of questioning by Senator Cornyn regarding sort of the manner in which settlement agreements are reached and how they're brought about. Senator Grassley asked you a question about the circumstances in which third parties, in which parties to a consent decree with the Department of Justice are sometimes directed, or have in the past at times been directed, to pay a monetary penalty to a third party. I believe your response was that you would follow regulations on that. Let me ask you this. When would it ever be appropriate to direct a litigant with the Department of Justice to pay sums to a third party?
So my understanding is that the regulation that is in place right now limits it to 4 circumstances. I don't have the details in front of me, but I think they're very restricted, and in part because animated, as I understand it, to ensure victims are made whole and to avoid any appearance of impropriety or favoritism towards an advocacy organization. And I understand why there are guardrails, but I don't have the regulation in front of me, but I think that they're quite restricted.
Now, under the previous administration, this practice was brought to a halt. Under the previous administration, there was a decision made that we wouldn't have litigants pay monetary penalties to a third party. Are you saying that you would undo that policy and return to the previous practice?
No, I would comply with the regulation that's in place right now. I may have misread because I haven't read this regulation in great detail. I thought there were very restricted situations, but generally the default is that it is not allowed.
Okay. The reason I raise it, and I suspect the reason my colleagues have raised it, is that it is of concern. It's difficult for me to understand why. It's hard for me to imagine any litigant. We're talking here generally about civil litigation. Any litigant with as much bargaining power as the United States government has in court. And when you bring that power to bear by directing someone to pay to a third party, you're almost inevitably going to run up against a risk of that being improper. in many more circumstances appearing at least to be improper. Very often, these end up going to groups that have certain sympathies that might align with the incumbent administration and their views. And this further perpetuates the sue and settle dynamic, the process by which lawsuits are brought, sometimes friendly lawsuits, friendly to the Attorney General and the President currently in power. They'll then agree to a settlement agreement and then agree that the litigant has to pay a whole bunch of money to this third party. It's difficult for me to imagine why that would ever be appropriate, and I would encourage you not to allow that and to follow the previous administration's ban on it. Ms. Gupta, about 3 years ago, I think it was in February of 2018, you authored an 8-page letter that you submitted to this committee in opposition to the nomination of Ryan Bounds to serve on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit. You raised complaints against Mr. Bounds based on comments that he had made, things that he had written while he was in college. You described those as offensive comments and made your case as to why they were. You went on in that same letter to write, while he has recently apologized for those comments, the timing of that apology suggests that it is one of convenience rather than remorse, offered in a last-ditch effort to salvage his nomination and win the support of his home state senator.
Test from Senate recording.
Ms. Gupta,
1, 2, 3.
do you stand by the standard that you articulated to us when we were considering the nomination of Ryan Bounds?
Senator, thank you for that question. For decades, the Leadership Conference has reviewed the judicial nominees in Republican and Democratic administrations. And when we have reviewed it and decided to oppose, we've provided a letter to this body. And actually in the Trump administration, I think we did that in about a quarter of the nominations. And we did it based on a complete review of a nominee's civil rights record. And I believe that letter that you're referring to was the review of his record as we were presenting information to this committee.
Yes, no, I understand that. I'm asking in part because I'm curious about your reaction to his apology. So he wrote some things in college. He later apologized for them, realized that they were offensive and not things that he would say today. You told him that his apology was too late and too self-interested, too connected to our consideration of his nomination. So my question to you is, would you stand by that? Is that something that we ought to apply to all nominees? Is it something we ought to apply to you, to Merrick Garland, to all Department of Justice nominees?
Well, Senator, I do regret the harsh tone. I think that this is what you were getting at, and forgive me if I'm overstating, but I apologize for the kind of coarse language that I have used in the past. I would hope that you could look to my whole demonstrated record of working with Republicans and Democrats and conservatives and libertarians and progressives on any range of issues, really from very early on in my career. And you have my word that I will look forward, if confirmed, to respectful, engaged dialogue and engagement with this committee and with other members of Congress, even if we have policy disagreements and the like. And so my hope is that you will take that as genuine, unauthentic.
I still don't understand. I would love to know how that is different from Ryan Bounds. Ryan Bounds gave us almost exactly the same answer, that his career, his comments should be viewed as a whole rather than on the basis of a few things that he wrote while in college. That's what I'm asking. Does that standard also apply to you? The standard that you very harshly applied to him, should it also apply to you and to Merrick Garland?
Senator, I believe that people should be able to have second chances, and so to the extent that a comment in the past about judicial nominee, I believe that it was about substantive comments he had made in college writings. But as you know, maybe from my criminal justice work, I am a believer in second chances and redemption, and I would ask for that today to the extent.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Lee. Once again into the breach, Senator Leahy. We're hoping for the best.
Okay, let's see what happens. Is it actually working this time?
Is it better?
It sounds better at this end, but I just want to make sure it is at your end.
I think we're okay.
Okay, well, then let's, Ms. Monaco and Ms. Gupta, it's good to see both of you. I know Ms. Monaco, I'll be working with you, I hope, on something that Senator Lee and I have worked on, which is the USA Freedoms Act. And we have to reauthorize these surveillance authorities, but we've got to reform them. And the two of us have worked together on that. And I hope I have your commitment that you work with us if we're going to reauthorize and reform this act.
Well, thank you, Senator Leahy. First of all, let me say I want to applaud you and Senator Lee for the work that you both and this body did on the USA Freedom Act. I was very honored to work with you on that when I was the Homeland Security Advisor to the President during the Obama administration. I think it made important reforms to a very important set of tools under the FISA process. It's a very powerful tool that has to be used very, very strictly within the bounds of the law, within the bounds of the Constitution, and within the policies and the processes laid out in the executive branch for it. So I would look forward to working with you and others on any proposal that you have. I would like to take a look at it and work with you on that set of issues. Again, I think the FISA process is an important process, an important tool to have, but it constantly needs to be evaluated and used consistent with the rule of law.
Thank you. And I expect you're probably going to be hearing from Senator Lee and myself on that. Now, Ms. Gupta, again, I've known you for years. I spent 8 years in law enforcement, and I hear some people say you're anti-law enforcement. They've done that, but then I look at the major law enforcement organizations that go across the political spectrum that back the National Fraternal Order of Police, for example. And you've worked hard to gain that kind of support. You expect to continue to work with these organizations across the spectrum of law enforcement if you're confirmed.
Thank you, Senator. I do very much so. I have maintained these relationships for years. And the relationship in particular with law enforcement agencies in times of crisis has been something that's been really important to me. I remember after Freddie Gray died in Baltimore, and there was a lot of tension in the Baltimore community. I went to Baltimore. I visited with Mr. Gray's family. I visited police officers that were in the hospital because of unrest. And I asked the Baltimore Fraternal Order of Police to come into the Justice Department to meet with me to talk about their experiences with law enforcement and in Baltimore. And they actually brought this report that they had done documenting how quota-based arrests had really undermined their relationship with Baltimoreans. And that report became a major foundation for something that we worked on to address officer needs and experiences in the city of Baltimore when elected officials were making decisions that really hurt law enforcement and community relationships. And that's the type of work that I would want to do: communication, transparency, even where we may be in crisis or we may be facing tough issues, is an ethos that, if I'm honored to be confirmed, I would continue to do. I have a lot to learn always from frontline experiences, and I will continue to work with civil rights groups and law enforcement every day if I'm confirmed on this job.
I think you know, as all of us do, that in many communities, there has to be more work done between communities of color and the police. Is that correct? And are you willing to work with them in that regard?
There is a lot of work still to do, and I am fully committed. One of the reasons I would be honored to return to the Justice Department is because the associate's portfolio really touches the broad range of state and local law enforcement and the reach that the Justice Department can have in supporting constitutional policing and civil rights and supporting law enforcement needs to keep our communities safe. And it would be a tremendous honor to continue to work with these organizations, with police leaders, with civil rights leaders and community leaders on these very difficult but important questions facing our country today.
Well, I was thinking this past week, it was the 56th anniversary of Bloody Sunday. We saw a lot of news things on that, and I think of my dear friend John Lewis and how hard we worked on that. And of course, we have the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act that is now pending. The Shelby County Supreme Court decision stripped away the Supreme Court's pre-clearance tools. The bipartisan John Lewis Voting Rights Act would restore those. Now, some have called the Lewis Act as a kind of partisan power grab. Isn't, if you restore everybody's voting rights, isn't that pro-democracy, not pro-Democrat or pro-Republican?
Senator, the fight for voting rights and to ensure that every eligible American can access their right to vote and exercise it is foundational to our democracy. I have had the honor in my career of working to support that. It is seminal to our democracy. And actually, a year ago, last Sunday, I was walking across the Edmund Pettus Bridge when Congressman John Lewis appeared out of nowhere in the middle of his fight against pancreatic cancer to exhort us to do everything we can to protect the right to vote. If I am honored to be confirmed as Associate Attorney General, I will bring that exhortation to my work every day. The Justice Department has a big role to play in protecting the right to vote. And I do believe that the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act would restore the tools that the Justice Department has to help support that in communities around the country and to do it judiciously and thoughtfully, but with great vigor as well.
I appreciate that. And I will submit a question for the record on the consent decrees. We've talked about it because nobody understands that better than you do. It's a difficult issue, but we have got to figure out a way to handle this issue. And I will work with you on that, just as I will on these other issues. So I will submit a couple questions for the record, but I want to tell both Ms. Monaco and Ms. Gupta, as somebody who's served here a long time and watched the Justice Department for a long time, I'm delighted the two of you are here.
Thank you, Senator Leahy. I'm glad we were able to connect. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome. I think one of the worst legacies of the Obama presidency was the politicization of the Department of Justice during the 8 years of the Obama-Biden presidency. The Department of Justice has a long history of being apolitical, of exercising fidelity to law, of not being used as a partisan weapon to target the enemies of whichever administration is in power. The Obama-Biden administration corrupted that process, and we are still dealing with the consequences. I believe appointees to the Department of Justice should have a demonstrated record of fidelity to law and impartiality, an ability to defend the rule of law. Ms. Gupta, as I look at your record is one of an extreme partisan advocate. Your record is an ideologue. Now, there's a role in our democratic and political process for ideologues, for people that are extreme, radical advocates. That role, I believe, is not being the number 3 lawyer at the Department of Justice in charge of the impartial and fair administration of justice. As I look at your record on every single issue, the positions you've advocated for are on the extreme left, and you've demonstrated an intolerance for and hostility to anyone that disagrees with the extreme left political positions. On the issue of abortion, Is there any restriction whatsoever on an abortion that you believe is permissible?
Senator, first, let me begin by saying I'm sorry that you feel that way. As a lifelong civil rights advocate, my duty has been to enforce the Constitution, not enforce anyone's political agenda or partisan agenda. I have apologized today for some of the harsh rhetoric that I've used, and I mean that
And I'm not focusing on your college years. I'm focusing on as an adult and practicing lawyer. But let's just start with a substantive question. Is it permissible for the government to prohibit partial birth abortion? Yes or no?
Senator, my duty, if confirmed, will be to federal laws and the Constitution. Roe versus Wade is established precedent and has been reaffirmed numerous times by the courts. And my duty will be to enforce the federal laws and the Constitution.
Okay, so you're declining to answer that. How about the Heller decision, which upheld the individual right to keep and bear arms, a fundamental right in the Bill of Rights? Was Heller rightly decided?
Senator, Heller is law of the land, and I will enforce Heller as
so you're not answering that either. All right, let's shift to a different topic. Religious liberty. You've demonstrated significant hostility to religious liberty. You have defended the Obama administration's targeting and persecuting of the Little Sisters of the Poor. Not too long ago, religious liberty was a bipartisan commitment in Congress. The Religious Freedom Restoration Act was introduced by then Representative Chuck Schumer. It passed the House unanimously. It passed the Senate 97-3 and was signed into law by President Clinton. Now, today's Democratic Party has abandoned religious liberty. Indeed, the Equality Act, of which you are a vocal supporter, that has now come out of the House of Representatives, is a radical piece of legislation that, among other things, explicitly repeals significant aspects of the Religious Freedom Restoration Act to take away our religious liberties. You have been a vocal defender of the Equality Act. Do you agree with the provisions stripping RFRA's religious liberty protections from Americans?
Senator, let me begin by saying that religious liberty is incredibly important to me. I am a person of faith. My family is one of deep and abiding faith. And this country's founding freedom was rooted in religious liberty. I have defended religious freedom throughout my career. When I was at the Justice Department, I launched an interagency effort to protect religious liberty.
Ms. Gupta, I appreciate that, but our time is limited, so if you could answer the question
Senator, it's only fair to allow her to complete her answer.
Mr. Chairman, I understand that she has things she wants to say, but I asked if she supports the repeal of RFRA. That's not the question.
Senator, if you want to make a speech, you may make a speech.
I'm asking a question. I'm asking a question, and she's giving a speech, and I understand that you support her nomination, so you're giving a speech too. But I'm asking a question.
I'm asking you to allow her to answer.
She was not answering. She's welcome to answer the question. The question is, do you support the Equality Acts repealing RFRA's protections of religious liberty for Americans?
Senator, I support RFRA. I have enforced provisions of RFRA, and the Justice Department must enforce the law. The Justice Department enforces religious liberty and protects it. It also enforces our nation's anti-discrimination laws.
Let me try a third time. Do you support the Equality Act's repeal of RFRA's religious liberty protections?
Senator, if confirmed as Associate Attorney General, my duty will be to enforce laws to protect religious liberty and the anti-discrimination laws that the Justice Department
Okay, so you're declining to answer
enforce.
that as well. Let's move to another topic, which is school choice. Your tenure at the Department of Justice demonstrated a radical hostility to school choice, such that the Department of Justice intervened in a case trying to kill a Louisiana school choice program there, even though many African-American parents strongly supported the program. The Black Alliance for Educational Options was fighting on the other side. The federal court at issue there specifically reprimanded the Department of Justice under your leadership for ineffective lawyering, that's a quote, and for attempting to, quote, circumvent the ordinary litigation process in order to regulate the school choice program without any legal judgment against the state. Do you regret using the Department of Justice to fight against the school choice program that was providing hope and opportunity to low-income minority kids in Louisiana?
Senator, I have dedicated my life to fighting for opportunity for low-income children of all communities in having educational opportunity. Again, as I said, my duty, if I am confirmed as Associate Attorney General, will be to enforce the law and Constitution. And I have to look at the facts and laws of any
Ms.
particular
Gupta, you're still not answering the question. That's been let's move to another one. At the beginning of this hearing, Chairman Durbin asked you about abolishing the police, and you said, I do not support defunding the police, which is clearly the right political answer seeking to get confirmed. I would note that just a few months ago, last year, in written correspondence with the Senate of the United States, you encouraged Congress to, quote, re-examine federal spending priorities and shrink the footprint of the police and criminal legal system in this country. And you also encouraged reallocating resources and stated, quote, some people call it defunding the police. Other people call it divest, invest. But whatever you call it, if you care about mass incarceration, you have to care about skewed funding priorities. These were not college writings. This was about 8 months ago that you wrote this to the Senate. By any measure, that's advocating defunding the police, and yet today you're telling this committee you don't support that.
Senator, respectfully, I disagree with how you're characterizing that. I don't support defunding the police. I've been very clear about that. I have
Were the quotes
enjoyed,
I read
if I may, sorry?
Were the quotes I read inaccurate?
Well, let me, if I may, can I tell you what those statements reflect conversations that I've had with sheriffs around the country, police officers, police chiefs, civil rights activists, who have been talking to me for years, long before, as I said, the events of this summer, about the fact that we have placed so many of our nation's social problems at the feet of police. And we have defunded mental health services. We have defunded substance use services. We have expected law enforcement to be the only go-to solution. We have given, in many communities, only one response available for when we have family members in crisis or with drug addictions. And this is an issue where it is one that I think really unifies law enforcement and civil rights advocates and community leaders who are seeking alternatives to incarceration for addressing some of these very challenging questions, and sheriffs who are frankly fed up with the fact that their jails are 70% filled with people who are suffering from mental illness.
With all due respect, I don't believe you have been speaking to sheriffs who are advocating for defunding the police, and I've spoken to far too many sheriffs to find that credible. Thank you.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I just would like the record to reflect that after beginning his questions by saying that recusing the nominee of being partisan, Senator Cruz then embarked on asking the most partisan series of questions that we have heard to date in this room. And I am actually truly excited to see both of you here today. I think you are both extraordinarily qualified. And as Senator Feinstein noted, I take it as a point of personal pride that we have two extraordinarily qualified women for these jobs before us. And we know what a critical time this is for the Department of Justice. We know, Ms. Monaco, how critical your experience with years at the Department of Justice and the FBI will be, your national security background, the positions you've held will be to this job. And Ms. Gupta, I've had the pleasure of working with you. I've actually had conversations with you repeatedly about the police, and I know how much you value their work. I know how much you are opposed to defunding, and I know how much you're working to make this a better world. And I say this with the George Floyd case, the Chauvin case pending right now in my state. I was there with you on the Edmund Pettus Bridge last year, and I've seen firsthand your commitment to civil rights and your commitment to law enforcement. And these can go hand in hand if done right, which you have devoted your career to. So I guess I would just start with just asking a few things here. First of all, you basically have said that you would enforce the laws on the books. Is that correct?
That's right.
And that we know you have the support of major police organizations. You also believe that Roe v. Wade is settled law. Is that right?
That's correct.
And interestingly enough, would you be surprised that the vast majority of Americans agree with you that it should be settled law and it shouldn't be changed?
I understand that from reading public opinion about it, yes.
Okay. And you want to talk about why you believe in religious liberty?
Senator, my husband's family escaped Vietnam in part to ensure that they could practice their religion with full freedom here in the United States. They were fleeing a regime that was going to be suppressing that and had endured enormous violence and war in their country. I am a person of faith. In fact, last night, my oldest son is not here right now, but in his nightly prayers was asking for kindness at today's hearing. Religious freedom and the ability, regardless of what background you have, whether, whatever religion you believe, is, to me, the kind of founding freedom of this country and is in the First Amendment of the United States. And the Justice Department plays a really important role in protecting and ensuring religious liberty and combating religious discrimination wherever it may find it.
Thank you. Ms. Monaco, after the last 4 years where civil servants withstood improper political interference, what do you see your role is as restoring the trust in the Department of Justice?
Well, Senator, as I said in my opening remarks, I think that the career men and women of the Justice Department are its backbone. They are the people that enforce the law independently, faithfully, fairly, impartially, without any consideration of improper motive. I think they simply want to do their job. They want to do their job with the resources and the tools to keep the American people safe, to prosecute violent crime, to administer justice with compassion and with humility, as Judge Garland talked about before this committee. And they want to see equal justice under law, and they want to do the work that this committee has done on a bipartisan basis to administer criminal justice reform.
Very good.
And so I think my role is to ensure that they've got the tools and the resources to do their job and to protect them from improper influence, any partisan motive, because I think they just want to do their job.
After January 6th, the threat to state capitals across the country was clear, not just this capital, but state capitals. How do you see the department coordinating with state and local law enforcement to better address the threat?
Well, Senator, I think it's critical. I know from my time in the FBI that working hand in glove, shoulder to shoulder with state and local law enforcement is the only way to address any threat, whether it's foreign violent extremism and terrorism, whether it's domestic terrorism, whether it's violent criminal gangs. The force multiplier function that state and local law enforcement contribute, working hand in glove with the FBI, with members of the ATF, the DEA, you name it, they have to come together and to address these threats. And then with the U.S. Attorney's offices. That is the critical function that they can play, and I know they've done it time and again. I've seen it as an assistant U.S. attorney here in the District of Columbia, how important it is to work with state and local law enforcement. So one of the things I look forward to doing is, if I'm confirmed, and working with Ms. Gupta's leadership, overseeing the grant program function of the Justice Department, is making sure that we are able to provide those types of resources to state and local law enforcement.
Thank you. As chair of the Competition Policy and Antitrust Subcommittee, I know how important antitrust enforcement is going to be in not just protecting consumers, obviously, and promoting innovation, but actually protecting capitalism and making sure that we have vigorous entrepreneurship, something that I believe I share in these beliefs with a number of my colleagues across the aisle. I'd like to ask each of you, if you are confirmed, will you commit to making vigorous antitrust enforcement a priority?
Absolutely, Senator.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. 2/3 of the U.S. industries became more concentrated between 1997 and 2012, and COVID-19's devastating effect has actually resulted in the closing of many, many small businesses and, I believe, more concentrated markets. Would you agree that it's very important, especially now, for our economy, antitrust enforcement?
Absolutely, Senator. I think that the ravages of the pandemic on small businesses and the effect on competition and the ensuing effect on consumers is something that it's a responsibility of the Justice Department and the antitrust enforcement to take on.
And we have seen the competition problems across the board. It's everything from online travel, where 2 companies basically are responsible for over 90% of the postings, and the sites for online travel, which people don't know because they have so many different names. It's everything from cat food to caskets. The Justice Department has taken on the biggest monopolization case in decades against Google, a company worth more than $1 trillion. The FTC is taking on Facebook. I think this is good. I represented MCI when they were taking on monopoly providers, and I saw as a result of new companies coming in the market, we saw a whole new industry in cell phones being developed. We saw prices go down in the long-distance market, but yet the Justice Department, DOJ, Antitrust, and the FTC are a shadow of what they were during the Reagan administration and during the breakup of AT&T. So we can't expect the agencies to take on companies that are the biggest companies the world have ever seen with duct tape and Band-Aids. Senator Grassley and I have a bill to increase funding to the agencies, especially the one you will oversee. Do you favor giving enforcers the resources to do their work?
Yes, Senator, I think that the focus you and other members of the committee are putting on this issue on a bipartisan basis is very important. I look forward, if I'm confirmed, to sitting down with the career experts in the Antitrust Division and working with Ms. Gupta and her leadership on those issues and understanding how they might be able to use more resources. I think you'll never see somebody in the position I hope to hold turning down more resources.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar. The Senator Grassley staff advises me that Senator Cotton is next.
Ms. Gupta, I want to return to a troubling exchange you had with Senator Cornyn. He asked you a simple question: is it true that you advocate for the decriminalization of all drugs? You said simply, no, sir, I do not. He asked you to clarify, and then you said, Senator, I've advocated, as I believe President Biden has, for the decriminalization of marijuana possession. You went on and said, I do not support the decriminalization of all drugs. Yet, Ms. Gupta, in an op-ed published in September of 2012 in the Huffington Post, you wrote, quote, states should decriminalize simple possession of all drugs, particularly marijuana and for small amounts of other drugs. Ms. Gupta, why did you mislead Senator Cornyn in this committee?
Senator, I was not misleading. I'm speaking for my position today after having been at the Justice Department, after having family members and experiences inform my thinking on this. I do not support the decriminalization of all drugs. I have spoken about substance use issues and drug possession and substance use disorders as both a public health problem and an enforcement problem. And I continue to believe that very much as both a public health problem and substance use.
So, thank you. He didn't ask what the position of the Department of Justice is. He asked, is it true that you advocate for the decriminalization of all drugs? And you said, under oath, no, sir, I do not. You published an op-ed plainly advocating for, quote, the decriminalizing simple possession of all drugs.
Senator,
you did not say, I've changed my mind. You did not say, my thinking has matured. You said, no, sir, I do not, under oath. If that's not a misleading answer, Ms. Gupta, what is?
Senator, not to pick apart words, but as I understood the question, it was about my present advocacy position on these issues. I do not support the decriminalization of all drugs.
So you've changed your position since that op-ed in 2012. You no longer support the decriminalization of all drugs.
I don't.
Thank you. Let's move to another exchange you had with Senator Cornyn. Last summer, 9 months ago, you were in front of this committee, and Senator Cornyn said, do you believe that all Americans are racist? You replied, yes, I think that we all have implicit biases and racial biases. Yes, I do. So, Ms. Gupta, I ask you, against which races do you harbor racial bias?
Senator Cotton, I do not. The yes was to say that all of us have implicit bias. This was an exchange also that Judge Garland had with Senator Kennedy during his hearing. I believe that we all have implicit bias. It doesn't mean that we are harboring any racism at all. These are unconscious assumptions and stereotypes that can get made. And I remember that summer in the exchange with Senator Cornyn that we were discussing systemic racism and implicit bias, and my response was to say that all of us have implicit bias.
Well, to be precise, you said we all have implicit biases and racial biases. That's all. Every single American you accused of implicit bias and racial bias. So I'm asking you again, against which races do you harbor racial bias?
I am quite aware that I know that I hold stereotypes that I have to manage. I'm a product of my culture. I'm a product, it's part of the human condition. I believe that, one of the reasons I believe that all of us are able to manage implicit bias, but only if we can acknowledge our own. And I am not above anyone else in that matter. I think implicit bias is something that is part of the shared human condition.
So in the Trump administration, you strongly opposed the nominations to the federal courts of the following persons: Patrick Bumate, Michael Park, and Ada Brown, a Filipino-American, a Korean-American, and an African-American. Should members of those communities be worried that you harbor racial bias against them since you oppose those judges' nominations?
I'm not sure I see how that connection is being made, Senator. The Leadership Conference for decades has reviewed the civil rights records of individual judicial nominees in Democratic and Republican administrations. And there were judges that we opposed based on their civil rights record and a complete review. There was one set of judges that the Leadership Conference opposed because they simply refused to say that Brown versus Board of Education was the law of the land, and that seemed untenable for a judicial nominee. But it was based on a review of the record, and that was the basis. That was the advice and letters that we would send to the Senate. There were about a quarter of the nominees that President Trump put forth that the Leadership Conference opposed, but it was always after a thorough review of their record.
So it's your position then you can oppose someone's nomination on the merits without immediately and justly being accused of being racist or sexist because of their race or their sex?
Sorry, Senator, I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
I'm getting at the point that our Democratic friends and many in the media often make whenever a senator opposes a nominee, they immediately jump to charges of racism. Such as, for instance, some people accuse Joe Manchin of being racist and sexist for opposing Neera Tanden's nomination. Can you oppose the nomination of a woman or a racial minority on the merits without being racist or sexist?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's move on to another exchange you had with Senator Cornyn. You've had a lot of great exchanges with Senator Cornyn. You also said in response to a question about institutional racism, there is not an institution in this country that isn't suffering from institutional racism. There's not an institution in this country. Ms. Gupta, does the Biden White House suffer from institutional racism?
Senator, given the history of this country, of slavery and the long period of Jim Crow and the ongoing scourge of racial discrimination, I think that it remains very much a live problem in America today, and that the effort to address racial discrimination in all of its forms, discrimination of any sorts, is something that all of us have to work at in the institutions we are a part of. And one of the reasons why I will be honored to return to the Justice Department if confirmed is that the Justice Department was actually founded on this objective of ensuring equal justice before the law. And the laws that Congress has enacted through the sacrifice and loss of life of Black Americans and Americans writ large, that is a kind of core function of the Justice Department, is to enforce our federal civil rights laws and to fight discrimination where it happens for all Americans.
So I'll just have the record reflect. I asked you simply, does the Biden White House suffer from institutional racism, and you didn't want to respond. My time is up here. I'll just say that I don't think you harbor racial bias towards any racial group or that you believe the Biden White House suffers from institutional racism. But when you throw around allegations that every single American suffers from racial bias and every single institution suffers from institutional racism, you open yourself up to these kinds of questions by condemning your fellow Americans without individualized evidence of their beliefs, their words, or their deeds. I think these statements were beyond the pale. I don't think really anybody truly believes them, nor should they be believed because they are so preposterous.
Thank you, Senator Cotton. Senator Coons.
Thank you, Chairman Durbin. To Ms. Monaco, Ms. Gupta, welcome. I am so pleased that President Biden has chosen the two of you for these very significant positions, that he's chosen two such immensely qualified and experienced and principled public servants to take on leadership positions at the Department of Justice. You bring skills and expertise, experience that complement each other. Ms. Monaco, you've dedicated decades of your career to fighting to keep us safe, safe from terrorist attacks, cyber attacks, and other threats to our national security. Ms. Gupta, you've devoted your career to protecting the civil rights and the constitutional rights and the liberties that we all cherish as Americans. So let me start with my thanks to you and your families for your willingness to continue your decades of service. You're also both bridge builders. You have earned respect from across the legal profession and from a wide array of stakeholders, including law enforcement groups, civil rights advocates, and former government officials from both parties. So I was somewhat surprised to hear you, Ms. Gupta, excoriated as, and I think I quote, an extreme and intolerant radical activist in a recent exchange in this committee. So don't take my word for it. I appreciate my experience working with you and your strong advocacy on criminal justice reform and policing reform, but I thought I'd take a moment and just read from the enormous range of letters sent in support of your nomination. From Grover Norquist, leader of the Americans for Tax Reform, a lifelong Reagan Republican, no centrist here. He wrote, I've come to know and respect Ms. Gupta through our common work on criminal justice issues. I found her strongly qualified, effective, principled, driven by a desire to seek common purpose and consensus. Later, at every step, Ms. Gupta was an honest broker, someone with an ability to understand, appreciate different perspectives, someone who sought consensus. He urges your quick confirmation. An organization, Koch Industries, known for its partisan engagement, not in support of Democrats. Their general counsel, Mark Holden, very active in criminal justice reform, wrote in strong support of your nomination. He says, I respected and admired how Ms. Gupta was not ideologically driven, but principled and solutions-oriented. Ms. Gupta, he writes later, is a principled leader who seeks to find common ground and will work with anyone committed to making the system better and more effective. I urge the Senate Judiciary Committee to proceed promptly to confirm her. Those don't strike me as the sort of letters that would be received by an intolerant radical activist. Instead, I've seen in your work the profile of someone who is pragmatic, principled, a relationship builder in search of solutions. But again, don't take my word for it. In the very charged and difficult area of law enforcement and community relations, of criminal justice reform, the leadership of the National Sheriff's Association, which strongly supports your nomination, Ms. Gupta has an open mind and a strong desire to understand the viewpoint of each stakeholder. She's able to find common ground with law enforcement, specifically on our shared goal of supporting safe communities and halting criminal activities. We urge the Senate to swiftly confirm her. The National Fraternal Order of Police wrote an encouraging and supportive letter. She always worked with us to find common ground, even when that seemed impossible. Her open and candid approach has created a working relationship grounded in mutual respect and understanding. If confirmed, she will continue her practice of working with us to find solutions. And on the specific issues raised, the IACP wrote a letter saying you'd clearly demonstrated a deep understanding of and continued support for the policing profession. 53 current and former police chiefs or sheriffs. You've demonstrated a seriousness and willingness to understand the challenges and even dangers facing police officers. And to the specific question mischaracterized about whether you spoke in support of defunding the police, the Major City Chiefs Association and the Major County Sheriffs of America both wrote in specifically saying, you've made it clear you neither support defunding the police nor believe doing so will bring about the change our communities are calling for, the Major City Chiefs. During our meetings, the sheriffs wrote, Ms. Gupta emphasized she does not support efforts to defund the police, but rather a desire to provide resources to improve the criminal justice system. A remarkable breadth of support and encouragement reflecting a decades-long career of building bridges, of listening to people from other backgrounds and perspectives and making real progress. So frankly, the fact that there's a multi-million-dollar campaign on social media and television to mischaracterize you as somehow anti-religion or somehow anti-police or somehow committed to decriminalizing all drugs or somehow committed to defunding our law enforcement strikes me as clearly in conflict with the evidence presented by those who know you, who've worked with you, and who support you. So could you just describe for me briefly how you were able to work collaboratively with law enforcement, with conservatives, with members of Congress from all backgrounds to achieve real progress in criminal justice reform and what you think is the right path forward on realigning our law enforcement resources in a way that achieves better justice for all our communities.
Thank you, Senator Coons. I take great pride that from early on in my career, where I was representing men and women who had been charged and involved with the criminal justice system, learning firsthand about their stories and experiences, and learning also that in order to make change and to do something about some of our criminal justice policies that have harmed communities of color and cost taxpayers billions of dollars, that it was important to be pragmatic. I am an idealistic person. I'm a civil rights lawyer. I'm an optimist. But in the end of the day, I am a deeply pragmatic person. I see the humanity in everyone. And I was very eager when I started to meet with conservative leaders that may have been animated to come to the table for different reasons, but where we had strong alignment about the problems of government overreach, of the problems in communities around misspent dollars, and the devastation that had been wrought in some communities by policies of mass incarceration, to work with these leaders and a diverse set of leaders. When I was at the Justice Department, I remember after the Justice Department had released the Ferguson report documenting how fines and fees were being used to target African Americans in Ferguson, Missouri, I had lunch with Grover Norquist, and we were talking about this and remarking about how in so many ways the kind of scourge of the criminalization of poverty right now feels like a taxation on the poor. And when I had the opportunity, when President Obama held a session at the White House on this problem of fines and fees and the criminalization of poverty, I thought, why not invite Mr. Norquist to come speak? He wouldn't be expected in this room, but he spoke very eloquently and powerfully about these issues. I have worked in the middle of difficult crises with police union leaders, with law enforcement chiefs, with mayors that are struggling with communities and communities of color that are hurt because of violence on these very tricky issues. And to me, honestly, Senator, one of the greatest honors that I would look forward to if I was able to return to the Justice Department would to double and triple down on these relationships and on this work. I think our country continues to be embattled on these issues, and it would be that ethos that I would bring, and I would want to ensure that law enforcement has the resources it needs to do what it needs to do to have the trust of the communities they serve.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gupta. If I might, Mr. Chairman, just one last question. Ms. Monaco, we spoke earlier about China's aggressive and long-lasting campaign of theft of intellectual property from American companies, and now its attempts to dominate the global stage in terms of IP, to win the competition for emerging technologies like quantum computing, AI, and 5G. Their attempts to take over the World Intellectual Property Organization or to dominate standard-setting bodies. What role do you see for the Department of Justice in taking on this challenge, in advancing protections for American inventions and innovation, and in pushing back on China's innovation mercantilism? And how will you work to address that?
This is an area that I have long focused on when I was at the FBI, focusing, even as we were focusing on the terrorism threat, we were intently focused on the rise of nation-state cyber actors and their efforts to steal intellectual property, to steal research and development, and yes, commit espionage. And so when I had the privilege of serving as the Assistant Attorney General for National Security, I made nation-state cyber attackers and going after them a top priority, and indeed created the first nationwide network of national security cyber specialists in U.S. attorneys' offices around the country. I would hope to continue that work, and I should say and credit my successors in the Trump administration for continuing that focus on nation-state cyber actors and on China in particular. I would hope to continue that work, to double down on the focus on intellectual property theft, on enforcing strict sanctions against China's malicious and illegal and unfair practices. So this is an area I think we have a great deal more to do, and I look forward to working with you, knowing of your leadership on this area.
Well, thank you both. I look forward to working with you, supporting your confirmation, and seeing you move forward quickly through the Senate process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Coons. I'd like to apprise folks of our plan here, and that is to have Senator Hawley next, and then Senator Blumenthal, and then break. It'll be around noon until 12:30, and we'll return. There are several members who have asked for a second round, and I don't know if they'll take the full 5 minutes of that second round. But at this point, we'll recognize Senator Hawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Ms. Monaco, let me just start with you. Again, congratulations to you
Senator
both
Hawley,
on your
could
nomination.
you just hold a second? We need more volume from your end. We're working on it right now. I'm told. Now he thinks we're better. Please proceed.
How about that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I was just saying congratulations to both of the nominees on your nominations. Ms. Monaco, let me just start with you if I could. I want to ask you a question that I asked Judge Garland when he was before our committee a couple of weeks ago. Is it your view that unlawful entry should remain a crime in the United States? That is, unlawful entry into the U.S., should that remain a crime?
Well, Senator, President Biden has been quite clear that he is not for decriminalizing the border, and neither am I. If I'm confirmed as the Deputy Attorney General, the job of the Justice Department will be to enforce the law and to do so consistent with priorities focusing on national security and public safety.
Good, thank you. Thank you for that answer. Let me ask you this. Should ICE still be authorized to conduct detention and removal operations within the United States?
Well, I would not want to get ahead of, and it would certainly not be in my purview to set the guidance for ICE, obviously coming under the Department of Homeland Security. But my view is they should be enforcing the law consistent with the laws on the books and consistent with their own resource constraints. But obviously that would be outside my purview.
Let me just ask you a broad question on that. If you are confirmed as the Deputy Attorney General, do you intend to faithfully enforce the immigration laws that are passed by Congress as currently exist in statute?
Yes, Senator. The job of the Justice Department is to faithfully and fairly enforce the law and to do so independently and without any improper considerations.
Great. Let me switch gears and ask you a different question. In 2011, you expressed your support for the Patriot Act and for legal provisions that allowed for, among other things, roving wiretaps. Can I just ask you, do you support Americans' right to use end-to-end encryption tools, or do you think that end-to-end encryption is something that poses a danger that needs to be addressed?
Well, Senator, I think end-to-end encryption provides invaluable benefits to personal privacy, to cybersecurity. I've seen the tremendous benefits that it provides. I also know from my prior work that the proliferation of the use of end-to-end encryption by criminal actors, including those who exploit children, and of course terrorist actors, kidnappers, you name it, has posed a significant challenge for state and local law enforcement in particular. And I know this is an area that is the subject of a great deal of focus and a number of legislative proposals. So if I'm confirmed, I look forward to working with you and other members of the committee who I know this is an important issue for.
If you are confirmed, do you anticipate pursuing measures that would disincentivize or even outlaw the use of these encryption technologies, end-to-end encryption?
I have no present intention to pursue any such proposals on one end of the spectrum or any other end of the spectrum. I think I look forward to seeing proposals that are put forward and evaluating each one individually.
Very good. Thank you for that. Let me just ask you one other question about Guantanamo Bay. When you served as President Obama's Homeland Security Advisor, you were tasked with closing down the Gitmo facility. President Biden has expressed an interest now in resuming this effort. If you're confirmed, do you envision that you will oversee or be involved in any part of such an effort?
I don't know what role I will play if I am confirmed, Senator. I suspect the Justice Department would participate in an interagency process, which I understand from public reporting is something the Biden administration is contemplating. I would just note in my past experience that the safe closure and the safe transfer of individuals consistent with a independent threat assessment and security measures is something that the past administrations, Republican and Democratic, have been able to accomplish. And given that my understanding is also that it's a very, very costly, it continues to be a very, very costly endeavor to house individuals there, that the Justice Department will participate in that interagency effort.
Just on that last point, where would you envision housing new detainees, assuming the Guantanamo Bay facility is closed?
I'm sorry, Senator, new detainees?
Yeah, where would you envision housing them if Gitmo is closed?
Well, I don't believe that there has been a single additional person or new person added to the Guantanamo facility in going on 8-10 years now. And I think I know there have been a number of exceptionally successful terrorism and other prosecutions in that time. So I think we would use the federal criminal justice system.
Ms. Gupta, let me shift to you. You wrote in a 2005 article in the Fordham Law Review that critical race lawyering is about transforming business as usual in the criminal justice system, a business that is usually masked as being racially neutral, bias-free, a just the crime facts ma'am industry. We have to transform that business as usual into a counter narrative about police practices, racial bias, and the irrationality of many of our criminal justice policies. That's a quote. Let me just ask you, should criminal justice policy be race neutral or no?
Senator, thank you for raising that. The enforcement of our criminal laws needs to be neutrally done. What I was discussing, as I recall, though it's been a while, in that article was the importance of recognizing and naming racial bias in our criminal justice system and being able to advance policies that could understand and recognize that, and that trying to just do this work around criminal justice reform without recognizing the particular racial disparities of some of these policies doesn't serve anyone well.
Do you think the criminal justice system, is there ever a circumstance in which you think it's appropriate to treat people differently on the basis of race?
Absolutely not.
Let me just, thank you for that. My time has almost expired, so let me just ask you one other thing, Ms. Gupta, and then I'll have some additional questions for you and for Ms. Monaco in writing for the record. You stated, I believe in the past, Ms. Gupta, that states should decriminalize simple possession of all drugs, particularly marijuana, and for small amounts of other drugs. Now, are you advocating, is that including, does that reach as broad as your statement says? I mean, are you talking about the decriminalization across the board? Is that still a policy you advocate?
Senator, I don't support decriminalization of all drugs. I have supported decriminalization of marijuana possession. I had that was a prior position. I am very clear that I do not support decriminalization of all drugs. There are many drugs that are having a devastating impact on and ravaging communities, and I believe, however, that substance use disorder is both a public health problem and an enforcement problem, and that it is important to treat those things as such, but I don't support decriminalization of drugs.
Well, thank you. And I'll just end with this, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say on that point that you, as you raised, Ms. Gupta, that my state, Missouri in particular, we've been devastated by heroin abuse, fentanyl, abuse of opioids outside of their prescription. And so I would be very concerned about any decriminalization policy. I'll have some additional questions for you for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Hawley. Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for your public service. Whatever else may be said about you this morning, you are both extraordinarily talented and dedicated public servants. And you've worked with this committee, members of the committee, including myself, and I think we've come to admire your very insightful and incisive approach to problem solving, reaching across partisan divides, building bridges, focused on solutions, which is what law enforcement should do and what professionals should do. And you both bring to these jobs not only the expertise and experience of the past, but also your life perspective based on your family, what you've done, and where you come from. And so I just want to thank you for your willingness to continue to serve at a time when it's never been more challenging. I want to begin with an area where I think we can all agree there needs to be more done, which is hate crimes. The rise of domestic terrorism and violent extremism has given rise to increasing hate crimes based on race and ethnicity. I have a bill that would help correct some of the underreporting, which is such a problem in this area. I believe my colleague, Senator Feinstein, has highlighted in her remarks. Hate crimes are notoriously and repeatedly underreported. The No Hate Act, which I've sponsored, would lead to greater reporting and also more innovative and effective types of penalties. Ms. Monaco, if I can ask you first, would you agree that hate crimes need to be better reported and we need something like the No Hate Act to lead to it?
Well, Senator, first, let me thank you for your focus on this issue, and thank you for raising it in our call, and I appreciate you taking the time to spend some time with me in advance of the hearing. I absolutely think we need to understand better the scope and the severity of the challenge posed by hate crimes. Just the sliver that we are seeing from the reporting that we are seeing is exceptionally concerning. So I agree, we need to have more and better data, and I look forward, if I'm confirmed, to working with you to see that happen.
Thank you. Ms. Gupta?
I very much agree, Senator. I have been deeply distressed by seeing the data that the FBI has been putting out about the surge in hate crimes in America. Hate crimes devastate communities, are not just about something that happened to one or two people. They really tear at the fabric of our country. And I think the Justice Department has a lot of tools, including, of course, the important one of law enforcement in investigating and prosecuting hate crimes where they happen, but also doing what it can to use its bully pulpit and to prevent the kind of hate and hate from festering in our communities around the country.
Ms. Gupta, you've been a victim of a smear campaign, a despicable and rancid campaign to discredit you, which I think is really regrettable, unfair, inaccurate. Unfortunately, some of those themes have been repeated by a number of my colleagues this morning. In fact, they've regrettably refused to let you complete answers to questions. I'd like you to give you an opportunity to complete your answers, for example, on the question of police funding. I happen to believe that police need and deserve more support, more resources, more of the kinds of services they can bring to bear when they face difficult and complicated circumstances, as I've seen them do over the years that I've been involved in law enforcement. Let me ask you how you see funding of the police increased, not diminished, in order to increase their effectiveness.
Senator, I have spent almost my full adult career working on issues of policing, police community trust, public safety, racial justice issues. And at every point in my career, I have advocated where it has been important to do so for greater resources for law enforcement, for accountability measures like body-worn cameras, for modernization of equipment and data systems so they can track better arrests and stops and searches and be able to understand what the trends in their own communities. In a lot of places, police officers are working under enormous strain, and the importance of officer wellness and safety programs. I've also been talking recently to many sheriffs about the pilot programs that they are running in their jails to better address and have community-based interventions around people with mental illness and substance use disorders that are filling our nation's jails at this moment. And so these are some of the issues that I believe there's actually a lot of common ground on to begin to really think about how can there be investment in some of these community-based interventions to take the burden off of police and to give communities other responses. And I have been eager to learn about these innovative programs that many sheriffs and chiefs are running around the country. I believe there is enormous community support for it as well.
Thank you. Ms. Monaco, as you may know, I'm sure you do, that there are about 1.3 million cases in a severely backlogged system of immigration review, specifically the Executive Office of Immigration Review, the nation's immigration court system. And the reason for this backlog relates to, first, the lack of power of those immigration judges over their own dockets, and second, the sheer number that there are. As I understand it, the immigration backlog could be resolved in a number of ways. First, giving them back the power over their dockets, and second, DOJ can get rid of about 700,000 of those non-priority cases by simply dismissing them. If confirmed, will you consider giving immigration judges back their powers to manage their own dockets and dismissing the non-priority cases in order to clear the immigration court backlog?
Well, Senator, this is an area that a number of members have raised with me, including yourself, and the issue of this backlog, I think, presents a real challenge to what we need to do, which is have a fair and effective system for having fair hearings. And these are career professionals who need to be administering these cases and reviewing these cases in a fair and effective way. And so what I pledge to do, Senator, if I'm confirmed, is to meet with the professionals there, understand what it is that could be done to streamline and have a more effective and fair system for reviewing these cases. We may end up needing more resources, and that may be something that I come back to you on, but I look forward to working with you and others who I know have raised this same issue, because that type of backlog is a direct impediment to a fair and effective system.
Thank you. Thank you both for your service, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Blumenthal. We will return at 12:35. Senator Tillis of North Carolina will be up and take a break. 12:35 having arrived, we are now making technical connections. We have, what do you like? Is she online? Tom think he's online?
I think he is.
I think they're trying to connect Senator Tillis.
Senator Blackburn, welcome. If it's not inconvenient, we'd like to call on you next. Is that all right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great.
Yes, that is perfectly fine. And thank you all for being here today. Ms. Gupta, I want to come to you first. Should a future Senate-confirmed nominee tweet critical comments about a sitting U.S. Senator?
Senator, I've apologized and will apologize again for the harsh tone and coarse language that I have used. And if I'm confirmed as Associate Attorney General, you won't hear that kind of coarse language from me, and I will look forward.
But it is a part of your past. And on October 5th, 2018, you tweeted, Senator Collins, and I've got it right here. Senator Collins is failing her constituents and sending a dangerous message to survivors. This is excruciating. Do you regret that?
Senator, I recall that.
Yes or no is fine.
I do regret it, yes.
Okay. All right. And you were criticizing her because of her vote on Justice Kavanaugh. Is that right?
That's for her vote, yes.
Okay. Then, June 15th, 2020, 2 years later, you tweeted, and I've got that one right here. There was a reason, many reasons, so many of us fought tooth and nail to keep Kavanaugh off of the court. A2, Susan Collins. So, I see that you also have tweeted that we should believe survivors. On September 27th, 2019, you tweeted, 1 year later, I still support Dr. Blasey Ford. I thank her again for her bravery, and yes, I still believe her powerful testimony. The truth is, she was not alone last year. Millions of women, survivors, and allies had her back. We still do. Believe survivors. So now 5 women, brave women, have come forward with allegations of inappropriate conduct about New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. Lindsey Boylan said Cuomo forced her to kiss him in his office against her wishes. Do you believe Lindsey Boylan?
Senator, I think it's important that the Attorney General of New York has opened an investigation to investigate those claims, and I believe that survivors too often in this country and victims of sexual assault don't have their ability to be heard, and I think that it's appropriate for the Attorney General of New York to
Okay,
have
so
this
let me ask
investigation.
you a broader question, since you don't want to say whether you believe a survivor of sexual harassment. Should these 5 brave women be believed?
Sorry, Senator, I'm not sure I understood the question.
It's a simple yes or no. Should these women that have stepped forward, all 5 of them, be believed?
I
If you
believe they should.
survivors.
I believe survivors should be heard, and I believe that it is appropriate for the Attorney General of New York to be conducting an investigation.
Okay, so these survivors of sexual harassment shouldn't all be believed?
Senator, as I've said, I believe very much and have spent a lot of my career ensuring that victims victims of sexual abuse and sexual violence are able to have their voices heard. Obviously, in a criminal justice system, everyone is afforded the presumption of innocence, and there's a process for that. But on this, where I think on Governor Cuomo's allegations, the investigation by the Attorney General is ongoing, and I believe that's appropriate.
Okay. If these stories are true, should Governor Cuomo resign?
Senator, as a nominee for the Justice Department, I don't believe it's appropriate for me to decide what the remedy should be. I believe there should be a full and thorough fact-finding,
Okay.
yes.
So you don't have an opinion, like you had an opinion back in 2018. And I thought that you backed Me Too and believed all survivors. So you've been posting about believing women over and over since the Me Too movement started. And I thought that you supported women in the Me Too movement. So to me, it seems a little hypocritical, to say the least, that you seem to not have an opinion based on the allegations of multiple women that have come forward. Let me move on, since we don't have an opinion on Me Too. You are an outspoken advocate for soft-on-crime approaches, and I'm not sure if your lenient approach to punishment is what we want to see for the number 3 official at the Justice Department. On December 10th, 2020, you tweeted, "Abolish the death penalty." Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. July 4th, 2020, you tweeted, "The death penalty is always wrong, but right now a priority apparently for U.S. DOJ." Is that correct?
Senator, I have been a proponent against the death penalty, but I also know how to enforce the law, and I did so when I was in the Justice Department before, when Dylan Roof committed the heinous act against 9 parishioners at
Okay, so
the
let me
Charleston
ask
AME
you
Church,
this.
and that prosecution and conviction happened under my watch.
Is the death penalty wrong for the Boston bomber or the Charlottesville shooter?
Senator, if I'm confirmed as Associate Attorney General, I will be following the law, and at the Justice Department, there are actually quite strict procedures for certification in a death penalty case. That decision to pursue a death sentence resides with the Attorney General of the United States, who considers the aggravators and mitigators pursuant to the law. That will be the decision and determination of the next Attorney General of the United States.
Ms. Gupta, is it fair to say that you have double standards then, based on your personal opinion or what you see as a professional responsibility?
I don't believe I do. I believe that if I'm confirmed, my personal opinions on things take second place to the Constitution and federal law.
Yield back.
Thank you, Senator Blackburn. I'd like to submit for the record letters of endorsement of Vanita Gupta from the Fraternal Order of Police, National Sheriffs Association, the President of the National Sheriffs Association, David Mahoney, who's Sheriff of Dane County, Wisconsin, the Major County Sheriffs of America, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, Major Cities Chiefs Association, 53 current or former police chiefs or sheriffs, the Police Executive Research Forum, the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, the Hispanic American Police Commanders Association, the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, National Association of Women Law Enforcement Executives, the President of the Iowa State Sheriffs and Deputies Association, Tony Thompson, who's a sheriff of Black Hawk County, Iowa. Without objection, I'll add those to the record. I understand Senator Hirono is prepared.
Yes,
Can you
thank
hear
you,
us?
Mr. Chairman.
Good. Take it away, Senator.
Thank you. Ms. Monaco and Ms. Gupta, welcome. As part of my responsibilities, I ask the following two initial questions of every nominee who comes before any of the committees on which I sit. So I'll ask you the questions. Since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No.
No, Senator.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement related to this kind of conduct?
No.
No.
As I listened to some of the questions from my colleagues, I want to note that we have been subjected to quite a lot of mansplaining with regard to Ms. Gupta's position on race, religion, policing. And Ms. Gupta, I commend you for your calm responses. The Judicial Crisis Network, a right-wing dark money group, has been running ads against your nomination, Ms. Gupta. And one of the claims that the ad makes is that you want to defund the police, and you have said several times today that that is not your position. Jim Pascoe, the executive director of the Fraternal Order of Police, a group that has endorsed your nomination, called out the Judicial Crisis Network ad for what it is, and I quote him, partisan, he calls the Judicial Crisis Network ad, partisan demagoguery and the politics of personal destruction. I certainly couldn't agree more. I have seen you, Ms. Gupta, advocate for shifting some responsibilities away from police officers to professionals with expertise in mental health, developmental disability, and substance use disorders. Can you talk briefly about what this means and why it is so important?
Yes, Senator, thank you. I have experienced and heard from any number of people in law enforcement, as well as from community leaders and mental health professionals, about the importance of ensuring that there's community-based mental health services and substance use treatment so that communities are not fully and only reliant on the criminal justice system when family members are in need and suffering from these issues. Law enforcement, sheriffs, I just recently was in a series of meetings with sheriffs where they are talking about this issue, about what they're dealing with in their jails. And I think there's an enormous opportunity right now to work together to figure out how we can better support law enforcement and not have this be solely their burden, and ensure that there are community-based services where that's possible, where there's co-responders and mental health professionals can arrive at the scene with law enforcement. This is something that we've seen in action in places like Denver and Seattle and Cleveland and other places. I think this is really important. I also know, Senator, that President Biden has pledged $300 million to the COPS office, which I believe would be able to help support some of these efforts based on engagement that I've had in the needs of law enforcement and communities that I've been hearing for the last many years.
Thank you for your understanding of how some of these situations can be better handled, not just by the police. So since January 1st, Republicans in 39 states have introduced over 250 voter suppression bills. And this is the legacy of the Supreme Court's 2015 Shelby County decision, which gutted basically the Voting Rights Act and left Section 2 in place. Now there are two cases, Arizona cases, before the Supreme Court. And there is a concern that the court's conservative majority will significantly narrow the effectiveness of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act in challenging voter suppression laws that disproportionately impact racial minorities. Why? Well, in response to a question from Justice Amy Coney Barrett, a lawyer for the Arizona Republican Party, said that allowing more people to vote puts Republicans, and I quote, at a competitive disadvantage. So that's really revealing their true motives, which is voter suppression, by the way. So I know you have advocated for Congress to restore and update the pre-clearance provisions of the Voting Rights Act. Why is it so important to have robust voting rights laws at the federal level?
Senator, a core function of the Justice Department through its Civil Rights Division is the enforcement of the federal voting rights laws that this body has passed. It's the Help America Vote Act, the National Voter Registration Act, the UOCAVA that protects the voting rights of service members that are serving our country, and the Voting Rights Act. The Shelby County decision in 2013 took away and devastated kind of a major core part of the Voting Rights Act that gave the Justice Department the ability to ensure that hyperlocal changes were not racially discriminatory. And I hope that, to honor Congressman Lewis and his whole legacy, that provision will be restored. But certainly, regardless, it will be incumbent on the Justice Department to ensure that all eligible Americans are able to exercise their right to vote. It is foundational to our democracy.
Couldn't agree with you more. In fact, right after the Shelby County decision, some 13 states very quickly enacted voter suppression laws. And now all these states are quickly trying to pass over 250 laws to voter suppress. And I think they think that they have a very sympathetic Supreme Court that will uphold what they're trying to do. I know, Ms. Gupta, you are well aware of the increasing number of hate crimes against the Asian American Pacific Islander community. And many ideas have been put forward on what we can do to stem this violence and to prosecute the people who are responsible. And one of the ideas is a position dedicated at the Department of Justice to expedite review and prosecution of these incidents and grants for states and local governments to address this violence and improve data reporting. Can you tell us about what you believe should be done to address the continuing incidents of hate crimes against the AAPI community?
Thank you, Senator. The recent data on the surge in hate crimes against the AAPI community has been incredibly distressing, and I know we're learning more every day from our local law enforcement partners about this. The Justice Department's enforcement of the Matthew Shepard and James Burr Jr. Hate Crimes Prevention Act, it needs to be rigorous, and we need to continue to ensure appropriate data collection so we can actually understand the scope of the problem. And I believe that there's important community organizations that are often the first go-to for victims of hate crimes because they are trusted in their community, and it is important for the Justice Department to have relationships there. The criminal section of the Civil Rights Division prosecutes hate crimes. They do it with great honor and dedication, and if I am confirmed, I would want to be able to assess their resource needs. And I guess as Ms. Monaco said, it will be hard to turn down additional resources in this area, but obviously we want to be able to ensure that the Justice Department can do everything it needs to do to prevent the scourge of hate crimes.
Thank you,
Senator.
Senator.
I just have a little bit of time remaining, or maybe my time is up. Just wanted to ask you, you have been a champion of equal rights against all kinds of discrimination. Can you briefly talk about your work on supporting military people in terms of your work?
Yes, Senator. When I was at the Justice Department before heading up the Civil Rights Division, the Civil Rights Division enforces statutes to protect the voting rights of service members, particularly that are deployed overseas, where there's been a lot of problems in ensuring their ability to vote and have their vote counted, but also to ensure that predatory lending practices that have taken away property improperly of service members when they were deployed. That is a statute, as well as employment when members of the military are deployed, when they face unlawful employment discrimination or termination. So these are some of the statutes that we enforced. I was honored to work with the then Associate Attorney General to launch a service members initiative to protect and kind of give a more holistic all-department approach to protecting the rights of service members and ensuring that they are never penalized for the service that they give to our country.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Rono. Now we're going to call on Senator Tillis, followed by Senator Booker. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Monaco, Ms. Gupta, congratulations on your nominations. I know that you and your family and friends should be proud. Ms. Gupta, also, I know that some of my colleagues on my side of the aisle have asked you a number of different questions about positions you've taken on Twitter or in public statements. I'm only going to refer to one of those and then move on to a few more questions. I hope that you understand that the department that you're being considered for is one of the few departments in the administration that we're striving our best to have people go forward who are do not necessarily have a partisan background, and I think we can infer from some of your statements that you may, and not necessarily take offense to it. Just understand, I think the motivation is to create leadership in the DOJ that are as unbiased as possible in matters of policy. But I do have to ask you a question about a tweet that you posted February of last year. I believe it was February the 20th. It read, "Please understand what Senate Majority Leader at the time, Mitch McConnell, is prioritizing this week. He's moving forward on 2 partisan anti-abortion bills and more lifetime federal judges instead of holding votes on all of the important civil and human rights legislation already passed by the House." And you ended it by saying, "We won't forget." Ms. Gupta, do you recall what the 2 anti-abortion bills were that we were pursuing that week?
Senator, I do not, sorry.
Well, we were voting on Senator Graham's Pain-Capable Unborn Children Protection Act and Senator Sass's Born Alive Protection Survivor Act. One required doctors to provide medical care to any child that was born alive after an attempted abortion, and the other one makes it a criminal offense for a doctor to perform an abortion 20 weeks after fertilization. And in fact, these bills were bipartisan. We got a couple of Democrat votes on them. So I'm just curious, before I move on to DOJ policies, why, in your mind, you don't think a doctor should provide medical care to a child who has been born alive?
Senator, the issue here, I think, and I seem to recall that we were gravely concerned that there were hundreds of bills that were held up in the Senate that had been passed by the House and that were not receiving even a hearing. And the concern was that there was swift movement on confirmation of judges, but the holdup of these bills was of great concern to many of us, and I was giving voice to that. It doesn't mean to diminish the bills that you were considering, but we were expressing a lot of concern about the hundreds of bills that were being held up or not receiving a hearing in the Senate.
I'd like to move on to some things that will be closer should you be confirmed. On qualified immunity, you've advocated for the elimination of what I believe you've referred to as judge-made doctrine of qualified immunity. Do you believe Congress should replace it with protections for law enforcement officers who have to make very difficult, oftentimes split-second decisions in dangerous circumstances? Is that something that Congress should act on?
I believe that it is really important that law enforcement is able to do their important jobs of maintaining public safety. I think the issue around how to hold individual officers accountable for misconduct is one that is really important, and those were a set of questions asked after George Floyd was killed in Minneapolis. These were questions that I believe members of this committee were asking and have been, I know, and will be considering again in the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. But I also think they are very challenging. There isn't an easy answer for this. We have to be able to ensure that law enforcement can do their jobs and also be able to ensure individual accountability when misconduct occurs. And
I agree with accountability, but I also have a concern that if we make this job more difficult, we've already made it unattractive by the way that many in law enforcement have been demonized or accused of being systemically racist. We need to deal with situations, legitimate situations, but I think that we could be going down a dangerous path if we make this job even more dangerous and make it more likely fewer people will enter the law enforcement profession. You mentioned George Floyd. I'm sure you're well aware of the case that's proceeding there. I was this morning seeing a news report around the perimeter of the courthouse, and if I'm not mistaken, it was 2 Jersey Turnpike barriers with fences erected and razor wire in between. It would suggest to me that depending upon the outcome of that case, that they're anticipating civil unrest. So do you believe that the First Amendment right protects people who could potentially breach that building regardless of what the outcome is, a protest on either side? Do you believe that First Amendment protections ever extend to people who destroy buildings, who assault people? And do you believe the Department of Justice should pursue them without any whiff whatsoever of what side of the argument they may be on?
The answer to your last question is yes, absolutely. Violence is never appropriate. The First Amendment only protects peaceful protest. And I do think that the Justice Department will have to, in that type of situation, were that to occur, the Justice Department has to enforce the law and protect communities from violence, whether it's in the course of a protest or not, regardless of who is engaged in it.
And we got a report from the FBI director last week that's some 300 arrests have been made. I, for one, hope that there are thousands more coming. But I also asked the question about continuing to focus on those who perpetrated crimes, damaged buildings, harmed people, hundreds of law enforcement officers. Do you feel like there should be equal weight on investigating, arresting, and convicting anyone over the past year of violence that we've seen, almost unprecedented violence in this country? Do you intend to emphasize that anyone who harms someone, who damages a building, who harms a law enforcement officer should be pursued regardless of what their underlying protest was based on?
Yes.
I've got a couple of other questions. I guess I've got 12 seconds. I just want to try and understand something that you said about reducing the footprint of police and law enforcement. You know, a cynic would say that's a more eloquent way of saying defunding the police. What is different between reducing the footprint of the police and the criminal legal system and defunding the police? What's the distinction there I need to understand?
Thank you for raising that. So as I've said before, and I will say it again, I don't support defunding the police. The difference is that I have worked throughout my career with conservative leaders and with progressives and libertarians to ensure that there isn't government overreach through our criminal justice system, which has caused enormous harm on communities of color through low-level enforcement measures that have been very disparate in communities. And that where we can refocus on violent crime and ensure that there's availability of things like community-based treatment and mental health treatment, that we should be supporting that as a set of societal priorities. I have also been very clear that I have advocated for greater police resources. And as I said, I know President Biden has committed $300 million more to the COPS office. I will look forward to implementing those funds if the COPS office receives them. I believe that constitutional community-oriented policing is crucial to supporting both law enforcement and the communities that they serve. And if confirmed as Associate Attorney General, I'd be very committed to doing so.
Thank you. Thank Ms. Gupta and Ms. Monaco. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Booker.
First of all, Mr. Chairman, I just want to correct for the record, they are not Jersey Turnpike barriers. They are Jersey barriers. It's very important that we get that right.
Correction will be made.
I stand corrected.
I appreciate that very much so. Can we pick up, Ms. Gupta, from where my friend Senator Tillis left off? So if you polled Black and brown communities that have high levels of crime, you can imagine the polls would say they want more police protection often, correct?
Yes, they want more police. They want fair policing.
Right. I ran a police department. I was a mayor of a city where the police department was under my command. And that was the case. The biggest concern was their safety and their security. But you talk to the police in my department and the for the record, am I correct in saying the majority of the people that go to our jails and prisons, the overwhelming majority of people who are in prisons and jails today are people who are suffering from addiction, serious mental health challenges, addiction and serious mental health challenges. That accounts for the majority, correct?
That's correct.
As well as, and if you include survivors of sexual trauma, that's the majority of the female prison population as well, correct?
That's right.
And so when you are talking about the footprint, as a person who ran a cash-strapped city, when I was mayor of my city, I reduced my workforce 25%, including, unfortunately, having to lay off police officers. The reality is that most of us who are involved in the day-to-day driving down of crime, we had a lot of success in Newark, we know that our dollar for dollar would be better spent in lowering the demand, and my police officer would say this, if we had, like President Trump did in his executive order, by having co-responders, people that are specialized in mental health, specializes in addiction, specializes in homelessness, and specializes in sexual violence. Is that correct?
That's right. And in fact, I think that law enforcement are some of the biggest champions of that, and want to see that. It supports them. It helps them focus on violent crime and do their jobs in communities to keep us safe.
And actually, there's been data that shows dollars invested in that will lower crime more dramatically necessarily than maintaining the very expensive dollars we often spend. It's a lower cost option than the dollars we're spending in terms of reducing crime than we're necessarily spending on police.
I think that's right. The data shows that. I also think that's why you see such strong bipartisan coalitions. It's why I've been honored to work with members of this committee on these issues as well. I think it brings people together on this.
Well, forget partisanship. That's one of the reasons why you have such strong support, which I don't need to go through, from police organizations who understand that you're not trying to defund them. You're trying to actually make their jobs better. One of the reasons I couldn't run community policing efforts where the same police officers, you call it sector integrity, stay in the community to know that neighborhood. So one of the reasons I couldn't do that is because my police officers were too busy chasing the radio, often for calls that if we had the funding for it, other services could have provided, correct?
That's right. And you'll hear law enforcement talk all the time about how their community policing budgets have been slashed, in part because they're having to do all of this other kinds of enforcement that they wish there were other interventions for. Absolutely.
One of my colleagues said you're soft on crime. Now, I don't care what your political perspective was. I have not met somebody in my years in the Senate who's come before this hearing, both sides, that none of us want more crime. We're all trying to find intelligent ways to drive crime down. Is that correct?
Yes. I will just say, Senator, my own grandmother was murdered and my family experienced homicide. Personally, I have listened and heard and talked to crime victims every week that I was on the job at the Justice Department. To me, this is all about being able to deliver better public safety and to better keep our community safe.
And so I'd like to shift to the personal if I can. You and I are friends, correct?
Yes.
I'm surprised you admit that publicly, but I appreciate that. And I've been in a lot of personal conversations with you as you and I are struggling to advance bipartisan criminal justice reform, correct?
That's right.
Never in my time have I heard you in any way disparage members on the other side of the aisle in the private conversations. In fact, I've heard you often talk about the importance of building bridges and coalitions in order to get things done. In context of me, because I know you as a person of great kindness who, I've been very moved by how, even in the heat of some very difficult moments where you and I have had conversations, when we're really worried about people getting a lifetime appointment sometimes on judges you and I have talked about, where we believe that lifetime appointment might work against some of the basic fundamental rights and liberties, I still am remarked about that you do not diminish the humanity of folks, that you still seem to find a way to view them with equal dignity. And in light of my private conversations, I do wonder about what Twitter has done to our culture and the snarkiness it seems to breed. And you apologized here to the committee saying that you were contributing to an environment that, frankly, no side has a monopoly on. You come from a faith tradition that I also know. And I just wanted to, and maybe in the remaining minute I have left, can you talk to that just from your own work across the aisle to get real things done that have protected Americans, from your work across the aisle to help legislation pass through this committee, from my private conversations with you where you seem to fiercely adhere to the ideals of equal dignity? Could you help me maybe to just understand from your heart, put in context now, again, the tweets that have been brought up by a number of my colleagues?
Thank you, Senator Booker. The original impetus for me to engage in racial justice work and civil rights work was my own deep abiding faith. And I believe it brings a lot of us to the table on these issues. And I have always prized myself as somebody who sees the humanity in everyone and can bring people together who may not agree on 100 things, but agree very strongly on these 3 or 4. And to be able to recognize the importance of doing that bridge building. I think, to be honest with you, I do think that Twitter has been incredibly polarizing. I've played a role in it. I don't think it speaks well to my own desire to heal and build bridges and build consensus. I think it does reward snark and polarization. And I have, as I said, fallen prey to that. But my demonstrated record, I've been criticized by the organizations I worked in, by folks that I thought were allies for doing this bridge building work, for working across the political spectrum, and for engaging with people, understanding that all of us have a right to dignity, that there's a lot of work that we need to do to address some of the great problems facing all Americans, and that I don't have a monopoly on the truth or on the answer, but being able to roll up my sleeves, working with law enforcement, working across the political spectrum has been a defining feature of my career. And if I am confirmed as Associate Attorney General, you'll probably be happy to know I won't be tweeting in that way. But I look forward to not using that harsh rhetoric and to working constructively and productively, as I have done throughout my career, with members of this committee and with anyone who has business before the Justice Department. That will be my pledge.
Well, I will affirm that you have definitely been criticized by people on the left for your pushing and working to try to build the kind of coalitions necessary to pass legislation to get things done and to protect the American people. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator Booker. We have 2 Democrats, Senators Padilla and Ossoff, who have 7-minute rounds left, and a number of Republicans who've asked for 5-minute rounds. So we're going to kind of blend these together. In the first 5-minute round, we'll go to the ranking member, Senator Grassley.
Thank you very much. Before I ask questions of both of you, I'd like to emphasize for a third time kind of my personal philosophy on some of the things that are very close to the work you'll be doing. I like to emphasize our common humanity. I don't like to lump people into simplistic racial groupings. So let me go to my questions. I was concerned at Judge Garland's hearing to learn from Ms. Gupta's replacement at the leadership conference that a vast array of organizations will have quote unquote access to Attorney General Garland, and that he'd quote unquote carry out their requests. Along those lines, according to The Intercept, a powerful Washington lawyer, Jamie Gorelick, who has previously described Judge Garland as her wingman, has been advertising her connections to the future Attorney General. Her law firm even put up a page about her long ties to Merrick Garland, only to take it down when people noticed it. This is especially concerning because Grassley is rumored to have been the lawyer Google and used during the Obama years to fend off antitrust investigation. So to both of you, what commitments can you give me that influence peddlers, whether hired guns like Grassley or activists like the Leadership Conference, will not get special access to the Justice Department? I hope we can have a short answer.
Senator, every case that comes before me as Deputy Attorney General, if I'm confirmed, every matter will be judged and assessed based on the facts and the law. Nothing more, nothing less, no commitments to any individuals or organizations, facts and law. That will be my focus and my approach.
Senator, I agree with Ms. Monaco. Okay, that's the short answer.
For you, Ms. Gupta, as supervisor of the Antitrust Division, what commitments can you give, in particular, that an army of Democrat lobbyists or nonprofit activists in big tech's pockets won't influence your enforcement decision?
There will be, if I am confirmed, I will lead and oversee the Antitrust Division completely free from any improper influence, partisan, corporate, or otherwise. I believe the robust enforcement of our antitrust laws is crucial and that no company will be given special treatment. All that will guide decisions in that area and in every area at the Justice Department will be the facts and the law.
And to Ms. Monaco, Judge Garland, when asked about domestic terror attacks against Hatfield Courthouse, attempted to distinguish between criminal attacks on government property at night and attacks on democracy, those are his words, on democracy during the days. Do you agree with what I consider a rather bizarre distinction between violation of laws?
Well, Senator, respectfully, and I watched Judge Garland's hearing, I did not understand him to be making a time of day distinction at all. Let me just tell you my approach, which I know is consistent with Judge Garland's, which is the domestic terrorism has a very clear definition in our law, and it turns on the intent of the violence perpetrator. And regardless of which direction the violence comes from, to quote Judge Garland, left, right, or from any direction, it needs to be prosecuted, it needs to be investigated and prosecuted, and it's unacceptable.
Yeah, I think you just answered my next question, but I'd like to have you say, you said prosecute all this. Would you say all of this falls, whether it's left or right, whether it's Portland or whether it's Washington, D.C., all constitutes domestic terrorism?
Well, Senator, I think that's a complicated question. It really does turn on the intent. As you well know, Senator, domestic terrorism is violence against a civilian population done to coerce or to intimidate and done for a political end. If any facts that are presented to me meet that definition, that would seem to me to be domestic terrorism. But regardless, you have my commitment that violence is unacceptable from whatever direction it comes from.
This will have to be my last question. As President Obama's assistant for Homeland Security and Counterterrorism and Deputy National Security Advisor, did you have any involvement or role related to Crossfire Hurricane investigation? And if so, what was it?
No, Senator.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator.
I'll submit some questions for answer in writing, please.
Thanks, Senator Grassley. Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to the both of you. And I too thank you for your willingness to continue to serve. Some of my colleagues have already touched on the general issue of voting rights, whether it's H.R. 1, the need to restore the teeth of the Federal Voting Rights Act. But I want to revisit that for a minute. This past Sunday was the anniversary of Bloody Sunday, as you two are aware, a day that 56 years ago when state and local police attacked peaceful demonstrators in Selma, Alabama, as they were seeking to march to Montgomery in protest of Jim Crow laws that denied black women and men the right to vote. We've come a long way in many ways since Bloody Sunday, but as we know all too well, we still have a long way to go to ensure complete access to the ballot for all eligible Americans. Indeed, in just the first 2 months of this calendar year, legislators in 43 states have already proposed more than 250 bills that, if enacted, would have the net effect of making it harder for eligible citizens to register or stay registered or to cast their ballot. The Justice Department clearly has a critical role to play in ensuring that our elections continue to be fair and free. But its ability to do so has been hampered by the Shelby v. Holder decision by the Supreme Court in 2013. So my first question is, both for Ms. Monaco and Ms. Gupta, how do you envision reinvigorating the Civil Rights Division generally, and specifically its voting rights section, to defend all Americans' right to vote?
Well, Senator, the Justice Department's founding creation was really about, as Ms. Gupta has talked about and as Judge Garland has described, was about enforcing the civil rights of individuals, of Black Americans in the early part of the 19th century and, the 20th century. And it is a priority of the department that Judge Garland has already talked about and President Biden has talked about, to reinvigorate the Civil Rights Division, to do everything we can to enforce and make clear that all individuals who are eligible to vote need to be able to do so freely, free from harassment, free from impediment, and that will be a priority of the department. If I'm confirmed as Deputy Attorney General, I would look to the leadership of Ms. Gupta in the first instance as Associate Attorney General with direct oversight of the Civil Rights Division and the other portions of the department under her portfolio. And I have no doubt, having seen already her leadership in that regard, that she is more than up to the task to do that reinvigoration.
Thank you, Senator. As you know, I have spent my career working on these issues of voting rights access, and it is something that, if confirmed, I believe the Civil Rights Division needs to use every tool at its disposal to ensure that every eligible American is able to exercise their right to vote. And it is something that I know, if confirmed, I would make a top priority. But I know that Judge Garland, if he's confirmed as Attorney General, knows that that is his top priority, as well as we've just heard from Ms. Monaco. And so I have no doubt that this will be an important priority.
Thank you. Before asking my next question, I'll raise a topic for the record and submit questions for the record post this hearing. But I just want to echo a topic that some of my colleagues, including Senator Booker, have raised in terms of policing and police reforms, and specifically catching on this trend of local jurisdictions increasingly not sending peace officers, but sending mental health professionals to any and every incident where that is the more appropriate response, and hoping that data and experience can feed and inform evidence-based best practices, and utilizing the Department of Justice tools and relationships with law enforcement across the country to advance those across the country. So my last question is this, and it is in the environment and environmental justice space. As I believe both of you are familiar, California has long been a leader in combating climate change, including through our cap-and-trade program. California's landmark program was the first of its kind in the nation and is the fourth largest of its carbon market in the world. A key component of that is California's linkage with the Canadian province of Quebec. In October of 2019, 6 years after the program was first established, the Justice Department, under the prior administration, sued the state of California because of its agreement with Quebec. The lawsuit was widely viewed as simply another effort by the then administration to attack California and undermine climate change efforts. California has also led the nation when it comes to reducing vehicle emissions, again, as part of a climate change strategy. something I'm particularly proud of. I know Senator Feinstein, our colleague from this committee, has played a leadership role here in the Senate. The prior administration similarly attempted to undermine California's independent authority to regulate tailpipe emissions from vehicles. This included the Justice Department at the time launching a politically motivated antitrust investigation against the automakers that agreed voluntarily to work with the state of California to reduce emissions. Every automaker has now walked away from supporting the prior administration's efforts, and the Department of Justice was forced to drop its lawsuit. Ms. Gupta, how would you re-examine the litigation positions taken by the prior administration, particularly when it comes to climate policies and environmental justice?
Senator, combating environmental degradation and promoting environmental justice is both a top priority of President Biden's and would be of the Justice Department. I believe we have to use all of the tools and the laws that are in place to be able to do this critical, almost existential work. I don't prejudge any of the litigation. I'm not in the building, obviously. I'm a nominee, but if I'm confirmed as part of my job looking at reviewing all of the litigation, I would look at whether the facts and the law support the current stance of the Justice Department vis-a-vis the state and the auto industry of which you're referring to, and that would be my duty, and I would fulfill it.
Look forward to working with you on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Cornyn, 5 minutes.
Thank you. Ms. Gupta, earlier, when I asked you whether you advocate for the decriminalization of all drugs, you said, no, sir, I do not. But you are aware, you recall a piece you wrote when you were at the ACLU where you did advocate that position, correct?
Yes, Senator. My position on this has evolved for a number of reasons. I'm happy to explain.
That's what I wanted to ask you about. Earlier you said, no, sir, I do not. You didn't tell me that your opinion had changed or evolved. Can you tell me when you changed your opinion on decriminalization of all drugs?
So first, I believe in that article, although I would have to review it, that I was talking about decriminalization of possession of drugs. But
You're right. Simple possession of all drugs.
Okay. But, you know, through the course of both working at the Justice Department as well as experiences that my family has had related to these issues, my family, like probably every family, or too many families in America, has experienced the ravages of opioid addiction and the impact of that. And so that evolution has happened. I'm not too proud to admit that evolution, but that is the explanation behind the statement. When I heard you ask me that question, I believed it was in reference to my current position.
And your position on the use of these settlement slush funds has evolved too, has it not? Because you recall in your previous capacity at the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, you vigorously opposed the Stop Settlement Slush Funds Act, correct?
Senator, if I am confirmed as Associate Attorney General, I am bound by the law and by the Constitution. And there is a regulation in place at the Justice Department, right, which I believe is it imposes the important guardrails and ensures that money goes to victims, and I would comply with that. That's
what you told us earlier. I appreciate that. There is obviously some discretion associated with any job like Associate Attorney General, and I just want to know what we can expect. So I appreciate that. So regardless of your previous advocacy in favor of allowing third-party payments in settlements, you will comply, as I hear you say, with the current regulation.
Yes, Senator.
Let me ask, I note in your financial disclosure forms that you own a number of securities and other assets, including trusts, real estate, and other financial holdings. This indicates your net worth is upwards of $50 million, obviously a substantial amount of money. Can you commit to me that you will recuse yourself from any action in which you have a stock interest or a business interest in?
Yes, Senator, and I also plan, if confirmed, to divest from individual stock that I control.
Well, I know tens of millions of dollars are in some trusts under your control, and based on your financial disclosures, it's unclear what companies, holdings, and securities that you have an ownership interest in. Will you commit to providing the committee a full inventory of all the companies and securities, including in your trust, to the Judiciary Committee in the spirit of transparency?
Yes.
Thank you for that. I know a number of, it's come up a couple of times that the Associate Attorney General is in charge of the grants programs at the Department of Justice. Is that correct?
Yet the Office of Justice Programs, the COPS Office, and the Office Against Violence Against Women is in the Associate's portfolio.
And it's come up today that a number of law enforcement organizations have endorsed you. Are each of those organizations eligible for grants from the Department of Justice?
They may be. I'm not sure. I think that those grant programs do tend to support law enforcement jurisdictions at the local level. I think there are some collaborations with the associations that we're talking about, but most of it goes directly to state and local law enforcement agencies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ossoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and greetings to our panel. Congratulations on your nominations. Thank you for being with us today. Ms. Gupta, Black Americans continue to experience persistent targeting, harassment, profiling, discrimination, brutality throughout the criminal justice system. You will have in your portfolio as Associate Attorney General many components of DOJ with civil rights and law enforcement related jurisdiction. How will you use your authorities, if you're confirmed, to make equal justice for all a reality in this country? And can you please be as specific as possible?
Sure. Thank you, Senator. As you may know, my whole career has been spent on civil rights and civil rights enforcement and on the very values that you're talking about. And at the Justice Department, from its founding through my experience of heading up the Civil Rights Division, I was tasked with overseeing the very vigorous enforcement of all of the nation's federal civil rights statutes in the areas of lending, voting, educational equity. As soon as I start to do this, I start to forget the many, many federal laws. But the Civil Rights Division enforces dozens and dozens of federal laws, and it is communities around the country bank on rigorous enforcement to ensure in combating an end to discrimination, and it's something that I am very personally committed to.
Thank you, Ms. Gupta. And Ms. Monaco, in the same vein, in the position you may hold of Deputy Attorney General, can you be specific about how you'll prioritize investigations of cases involving color of law violations under 18 U.S.C. 242, as well as working potentially with Ms. Gupta, pattern or practice investigations pursued by the Civil Rights Division? We just marked the first anniversary of the shooting death of Ahmaud Arbery in Glenn County, Georgia, a case where local authorities declined to pursue an investigation until they were under immense pressure from civil rights groups. This week will mark the first anniversary of the shooting death of Breonna Taylor, a woman in Louisville, Kentucky, who was killed during the execution of a no-knock warrant of which she was not a subject. Not asking you to comment on those specific cases, but asking you to weigh in on color of law as well as pattern or practice investigations.
Certainly, Senator. Well, in the first instance, I think the goal ought to be to do everything we can to ensure that those tragedies don't happen to begin with. And that starts with doing everything the Justice Department can to assist state and local police departments to get the training they need, to get the technical assistance they need, to do constitutional policing and address the challenges in their communities in a way that builds trust. And so I would look to the work of the Justice Department's grant-making programs, the COPS office, again, which would come under in the first instance under the purview of Ms. Gupta if she's confirmed. And similarly, the appropriate use of pattern and practice investigations, which after all, of course, are a tool that Congress has provided to the Justice Department to address and investigate unconstitutional conduct. That is a profound responsibility that the Justice Department has to undertake. It is an important tool. It needs to be used judiciously and appropriately and subject to measurements and outcomes, but it is one that is provided by the Congress to address unconstitutional conduct, and it's one that we can and should use, and it's something that I know Ms. Gupta has done in her prior experience and would be perfectly suited to lead that work in the first instance.
Thank you. Ms. Monaco, in Georgia and nationwide, we've seen a significant increase in violent crime over the last year. We had, for the second weekend in a row in Atlanta, Georgia, more than a dozen shootings last weekend. 13 wounded, 1 killed. In Columbus, Georgia, in Georgia's Chattahoochee River Valley, recently had a period of 12 days with 6 shooting deaths, 46 homicides in Columbus, Georgia last year, by far the highest total in at least half a decade. Will you work with my office and this committee to determine the causes of this violent crime wave, which has many Georgians and many Americans deeply concerned about community violence, community safety, and work with this committee to address it?
Yes, Senator, the issue of this spiking violent crime is something you and I think virtually every other member of this committee who I've talked to in advance of this hearing have raised with me, and what you're seeing it do to the communities you represent. The first priority of the Justice Department is public safety, and so addressing violent crime, the causes of it, the enterprises that fuel it is absolutely a top priority of the Justice Department, and it's something that, if I'm confirmed, I very much would look forward to working with you on.
Thank you, Ms. Monaco. Ms. Gupta, if confirmed, you'll oversee the Antitrust Division as well. And at a moment when many markets are already intensely concentrated, and when we may see, due to increased economic growth and all the liquidity that's been added to financial markets in the last few years, an increase in merger activity in certain industries, what are some of the mechanisms by which corporate actors seek to influence the Department of Justice when it's making determinations about antitrust matters, and how can we insulate and how can you insulate the department from those influences so the public interest is put above all?
Well, I know that the career men and women that are at the Justice Department take very seriously the need to be absolutely independent from any lobbying advocacy in that way. Yes, the Justice Department officials meet with stakeholders, but they take a degree of pride that is frankly quite incredible around the enforcement free from partisan, corporate, political, improper motivation in the robust enforcement of federal laws. And I know the Antitrust Division career lawyers very much adhere to the same beliefs and value set. And if I am confirmed, I, along with Ms. Monaco and Judge Garland, hopefully as Attorney General, would do everything we can in our power every day to ensure that the Justice Department is beholden to no one but the Constitution and federal laws.
Thank you, Ms. Gupta. Thank you, Ms. Monaco. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Ossoff. Senator Lee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Gupta, can federally funded hospitals force nurses to assist in abortions when it would violate their stated religious or moral convictions?
Senator, the Supreme Court spoke. I believe this is the issue you're referring to in the Little Sisters case, and if I am confirmed as Associate Attorney General, I will be enforcing that case as well.
And so I assume then you would also continue to make sure that the Department of Justice pushes this where people deviate from that standard, including in an existing case that the Department of Justice has against the University of Vermont Medical Center, which has been accused of forcing a nurse to participate in abortion procedures in violation of current law.
Senator, obviously I'm not in the building. I'd want to understand the nature of that case, but it is incumbent on me and anyone else at the Justice Department to enforce Supreme Court precedent, and the Supreme Court spoke on this issue.
Okay. I'll take that to mean that you'll keep moving forward with that one. I want to get back to some of the consent decree slush fund issues we were discussing earlier today. Now, when you were the head of the Civil Rights Division at the Department of Justice, you signed off on multiple statements where defendants were required to pay into a fund run by independent or unrelated third parties. Is that right?
Yes, I must have. I think I did not write the regulations that were in place at that time.
You signed off on them.
Yes, as head of the division, I would have signed off on those settlements.
Now, earlier today, you testified that you would abide by a regulation promulgated by the Department of Justice last year, banning these slush funds. But as I presume you know, on January 20th of this year, the same day President Biden was sworn in, the White House issued a list of over 100 agency actions for review for potential repeal, and listed just one with respect to the Department of Justice, which happens to be the very regulation that we're talking about here, the regulation banning slush funds run by third parties. So I'm worried that this regulation is going to be repealed, and then you may go back to your prior practice that you had adopted of approving these, at this time in your new capacity, of approving these slush funds. So will you commit to abiding fully by the content of the regulation, regardless of whether it's repealed?
Senator, I don't know what the status of that review is. I, to be honest with you, wasn't aware that it was listed among those 100 things. If I am confirmed, I would want to understand what the cause for concern is in the review, what the equities are, and would welcome the opportunity to speak with your office about it, were there to be any move away from the existing regulation.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. South Dakota, in the not too distant past, considered a bill to limit gender reassignment surgeries for children under the age of 16. My understanding is that the bill failed, and when it failed inside the South Dakota legislature, you made some statements to the effect that you were, quote, so happy and, quote, so thankful that these surgeries would be universally available to children under the age of 16. At what age then, if it's not appropriate to limit these surgeries to children under the age of 16, at what age would it be inappropriate to grant a gender reassignment surgery decision to a child, other than surgeries on infants or someone who has been born in an intersex category?
Senator, I believe that everyone must be treated with dignity and respect. These are, I'm assuming, very personal decisions that get made in families. My job, if I'm confirmed as Associate Attorney General, will be to enforce existing laws, obviously protecting the dignity of all people, as is in our federal civil rights laws, but and that will be my mandate at the Justice Department.
And where this sort of thing is appropriate, do you believe that parents should give their consent before such a surgery is performed?
Senator, honestly, there's the facts here matter. There's so many facts in any particular individual circumstances, and I don't believe it's for the Justice Department, if I'm confirmed, to be opining on that kind of very personal decision that gets made in families or by individuals. In fact, I believe it would be highly improper. And so, again, my allegiance will be to enforcing existing federal laws and ensuring that the dignity of all Americans is protected.
Thank you.
Are there any senators on the Democratic side seeking 5 minutes? Senator Booker.
Just moving really quickly, just two things I wanted to cover finally. I quoted in my book a testimony by a Republican, I think a Republican appointed FBI director, who just told a story about him walking down a street with a group of black boys, young men hanging out on one side and a group of white boys on the other side. This guy's not a racist, but he admitted about the challenges we all have about implicit racial bias that you might be suspicious of just because of the ingrained messages of a lifetime of the African-American boys and see them as more of a threat. That's not him being a racist, right? That's what we mean by implicit racial bias.
That's right.
And what's interesting is in the data, and there's so many studies on this ad nauseum, where they control for other elements, they find that black officers actually have implicit racial bias against African Americans as well, tending to have absorbed so much of the sort of the messaging of the culture often and create that suspicion. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so this is, and I don't think I hear disagreement on both sides of the aisle when we discuss this. I just think there are terms we're not saying the same thing. You don't believe that our society, individuals are racist in our society, but you do believe when it comes to the law, we have a problem in a nation where there's no difference between blacks and whites of any economic gap in using marijuana. But African Americans, because of the implicit biases within the justice system, will get arrested at 4 times the rate. Is that correct?
That's right.
And so that is something that and I know this from my mother working for IBM, that corporations even know, and they do things like you mentioned before, trying to just have training where people are more aware of what these biases may be. They may be gender biases, race biases, religious biases, or what have you. And that's a productive pursuit, correct?
Yeah, in fact, I think that implicit bias training is something increasingly judges are engaging in, federal prosecutors, and not just, honestly, Senator, in the justice system, but obviously the consequences of implicit bias, if unchecked in the justice system, can truly mean loss of life and liberty. But frankly, because it's a common human condition that you and I and everyone else share, the ability to manage these implicit biases and recognize them consciously is really key to being able to have productive and healthy interactions in a diverse society.
Right, and it's frustrating to me because it results often in, as we see, again, studies done that have controlled for income and a lot of other things, that blacks for the same crime will often get about 20% longer sentences, not because judges are racist, but because of that problem of bias.
Yeah, implicit bias has shown to have, to kind of exacerbate racial disparities the deeper into the criminal justice system you go. Arrests, pretrial detention decisions, sentencing decisions, and the like, there's a lot of data on that.
And I've learned so much from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. One of my favorite moments as a senator was going in to study the Bible in one of my colleagues' offices, and I saw a picture of a black girl on his shelf, and I remember sort of being surprised at that, and then I examined, why am I surprised? Oh, because I have probably implicit biases about a conservative person, and that doesn't make me somehow racially biased against my colleagues, does it?
No.
No, but it
makes you a human being.
A human being who has biases that sometimes are not constructive. And my biases because I went on to working on issues with this person, sometimes those biases undermine our ability to work together constructively to deal with the core values we all share. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, real quick. The last thing I want to talk about is my mom has a saying. She says, behind every successful child is an astonished parent. And I know you as a friend, but recently I got to know your dad. I actually have his book. And I found his life truly stunning and a great Horatio Alger story of someone who is just screams to the American dream. He's very successful in the private sector. But he's not astonished with his daughters, his kids. He's not astonished with you, that you have spent your entire life not in the most lucrative careers. You spent your entire life in public service. And I'm just wondering, what is it from your family that has made you dedicate yourself to the cause of this country and making it better? What did your parents teach you or you learn from those experiences that makes you want to do what you're doing?
You make every witness cry, apparently. I am deeply grateful and proud of my father and my mother. My father is the most humble person I know in the world, and their ethical character of my parents, and their love of this country, because it showed them enormous opportunities that that they sought but never expected to have. And they raised 2 daughters who made choices to go into public service. My sister is a HIV/AIDS infectious disease physician in Baltimore, and me. And I don't think they would have imagined that either of us would have chosen these paths when they first immigrated into this country. But they have been enormously supportive of the choices that we have made. And I believe that it is quite astonishing that I would be sitting here before all of you in the U.S. Senate seeking confirmation to be Associate Attorney General, given that they came literally, as my father's book is called, with $8 in his pocket and a scholarship to Cornell. And I hope every day that I can live a life to give them honor. I realize some of my tweets don't necessarily do that. I will seek to do that moving forward, but I have been blessed to have the kind of parental embrace, the sacrifices that they have made, the successes that they have had, and if I can in any way pay it forward to the most vulnerable people in this country and to live up to the ideals of our Constitution, I am honored and will continue to be honored to do so every day.
Well, I will be very honored to vote for your confirmation. And I just want to say for the record, I apologize to Ms. Monaco for completely ignoring you during my questioning, but I'm grateful for you, and I look forward to supporting your nomination as well.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Booker. And Ms. Gupta, you've given me an idea that we need to give all witnesses fair warning of Senator Booker's last question.
Yes.
Be prepared.
That would be fair. I'd appreciate that.
Senator Cruz, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I will say the exchange between my friend, Senator Booker, and Ms. Gupta made me sad about what's being told to young people, because we heard an extended conversation about what's called implicit racial bias and how apparently everyone is guilty of this. We heard a discussion about how African-American police officers are apparently afflicted with implicit racial bias. Ms. Gupta at one point said to Senator Booker, and it was such an astonishing statement, I wrote it down word for word. She said to Senator Booker, "You and I and everyone else share implicit racial bias." And I think this is a falsehood that is being sold to young people that diminishes the evil that is racism. It diminishes the bigotry that we find in Nazis and the Klan. Ms. Gupta talked about her father coming as an immigrant. My dad came as an immigrant from Cuba as well, with $100 in his underwear. Bigotry and racism are real. And when the left tells America everyone in America is racist, that does real damage to the important fight to combat bigotry that we have seen from the dawn of this country and indeed from the dawn of time. When you see every American as harboring implicit racial bias, one can advocate for that as an academic, one can advocate for that as a partisan advocate, but you're nominated to be the number 3 official at the U.S. Department of Justice. And one area that gives me real concern, Ms. Gupta, is in the area of free speech and the censorship we see from big tech. You were one of a handful of individuals invited to have dinner with Mark Zuckerberg to discuss the growing problem we've seen of big tech censorship, silencing voices that Silicon Valley billionaires disagree with. And the dismaying thing is what's been publicly reported about that meeting is not that you urged Mr. Zuckerberg and others in tech to protect free speech, to have a free and fair marketplace of ideas, but precisely the opposite. From what's been publicly reported, the quote that's been reported from this, in fact, you tweeted this, was Mark Zuckerberg doesn't know what the First Amendment is for. He thinks it's a floating right that carries no responsibilities. That seems to suggest that you want big tech to censor more speech rather than less speech. Would that be a good direction in this country?
Senator, I have fiercely defended freedom of speech. I've worked for an organization that has often been criticized for being so fierce in its defense of all free speech. I also believe that any type of viewpoint discrimination is an anathema to this country. It is unconstitutional, plainly. My engagement with Facebook was one...
Ms. Gupta, if I could ask you, have you defended the speech of someone you disagreed with? Have you ever defended the speech of pro-life advocates? Have you ever defended the speech of pro-Second Amendment advocates? Or is it just the people that politically agree with you whose free speech rights should be protected?
Senator, as you know, the American Civil Liberties Union...
I'm asking about you personally, not more broadly others.
I haven't been a free speech lawyer myself. I have advocated alongside free speech at the ACLU and at the Civil Rights Division, yes.
So can you point to any instance of your defending the free speech rights of someone you disagreed with?
I'm sure that I did. The Civil Rights Division doesn't have a federal statute on this. I would welcome, actually, Senator, so that I don't misspeak, an opportunity to respond in writing.
I would welcome a response in writing. Let me just ask a simple question. Should big tech be censoring more or censoring less?
I think we want to ensure that we have free speech and a free internet while understanding the responsibility that social media has in propagating and radicalizing terrorists online.
Okay, let me try again. Is big tech engaged in too much censorship or too little censorship?
I'm not sure. I know which side of the ledger you're talking about. They have community standards that they are not enforcing at many of these companies that are creating a lot of problems around issues in our democracy. For a long time, Facebook was allowing unlawful ad targeting in housing ads. And using Section
I guess I'm
230 as a
concerned
shield.
if you're saying that you want them enforcing community standards when you began this exchange with Senator Booker by saying everyone in America has implicit racial bias, and you now want big tech, Silicon Valley billionaires with monopolies to enforce standards that just happen to coincide with the political views you have. Here's another area. You've called the Keystone Pipeline dirty and dangerous.
Senator,
do you agree that pipelines continue to be the safest mode of transport to transport our oil and gas natural resources?
Senator, I don't recall that specific language, but obviously, if I am confirmed, I will oversee the Environmental and Natural Resources Division, and don't want to make prejudgments about factual issues related to that. Again, I will be enforcing federal law per the facts and the law of any particular pipeline or anything else.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think we're coming to a close of this hearing. I saw your kids were doing pretty well there. They're taking a break, Ms. Gupta, but they've been great and quite well behaved, I report. First, something that I don't think we've talked about much, the Violence Against Women Act, and I am very much looking forward to working with the chairman on this bill. And of course, a major priority for the president because of his work on this when he was in the U.S. Senate. Can you commit to working with us to make sure we reauthorize the Violence Against Women Act in Congress?
Yes, Senator. I believe that VAWA needs to be reauthorized. The Justice Department, as you know, plays a really important role in fighting violence against women and supporting crime victims. And I believe it's incredibly important legislation that needs to be reauthorized.
And this has, in the past, tended to be a very bipartisan bill. And just as a note for the record here, just Senator Murkowski and I, with Senator Casey, led a letter just recently with 38 senators calling for additional funding because of the pandemic. As you know, there's been an uptick in violence-related calls and rape crisis center calls during the pandemic. And I hope that will go into our thinking as well as we work on the Violence Against Women Act. And I know you have a strong record of standing with us on that.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, very good. I guess we talked about, well, maybe I'll do a little more things in the criminal area and then end with antitrust. Conviction integrity units, something I worked way back when I was a prosecutor with the Innocence Project. You know some of this on videotape interrogations and the like. And I've long supported federal funding for conviction integrity units to help states to review legal cases. Judge Garland expressed support for these programs, and last October, actually, our state received a grant from the Trump Justice Department to form a new conviction integrity unit in partnership with the Great Northern Innocence Project. Could you just quickly give me your views on federal grants on conviction integrity units?
Well, as somebody who has worked on cases where people have had their convictions overturned, these kinds of units, I believe, are incredibly important. It's been heartening to see prosecutors' offices around the country adopt this. I am glad to hear that the Office of Justice Programs has already had support for these types of offices, and I think they will help build trust in our legal system, and something that I would hope to support.
Very good. Also, on the related to that, but a little different in terms of justice, is treatment programs. You've heard my story of my dad. It was treatment that gave him a new life and our family a new life after he struggled with alcoholism most of my time growing up. And we've now gotten to have federal drug courts. I was really proud of the work we did in our county on one of the most successful major county drug courts. But could you talk about your views on diverting nonviolent drug offenders to treatment rather than incarceration?
Senator, President Biden has also spoken about the importance of alternatives to incarceration for people with substance use disorders. It is something that I have spent my life working on to ensure that there's available community-based drug courts, drug treatment facilities, and I think that would be a shared priority for the Justice Department. And we certainly also want to ensure that Office of Justice Programs does a lot of data and research and evaluation, that the Justice Department, if I'm confirmed, is using evidence-based practices in this regard to help support communities as best as possible.
Thank you. My promise on antitrust. Ms. Monaco, newsrooms, as you know, are shrinking across the country. And part of this is the issue that content providers, people who write for a living, reporters, aren't adequately compensated, and big tech has so much control over online. We saw this erupt in Australia recently, where 2 tech companies literally were threatening to leave the marketplace because they had the power to do it instead of negotiate on the price of content. So Senator Kennedy and I are reintroducing legislation this week that actually David Cicilline is also leading in the House. And we've had support for the bill by the chairman, by Chairman Durbin, as well as Mitch McConnell was on the bill last time. And I'm just asking you to look at this, because part of doing something on antitrust is to even the playing field. And this is a glaring area where we're having issues in our country with this is not the only reason, but it is one of the major reasons because of loss of advertising revenue and the like. And I wondered if you'd commit to look at that bill.
I'd be happy to, Senator. I mean, the issues around consolidation that you have led on a bipartisan basis are very important, and I'd be happy to take a look at that bill and work with you on it if I'm confirmed.
Okay, and then I have a series of questions on antitrust. I can see the chairman raising his eyebrows that I will ask on the record, including looking at back at some of the acquisitions like Instagram and WhatsApp and some other things. But I want to thank both of you for doing a very good job today responding to Senator's questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar. Senator Cotton?
Ms. Gupta, during your time as the Deputy Legal Director at the ACLU, some of your state ACLU chapters took the position that possession of child pornography should not be a crime. Do you believe that possession of child pornography should be a crime?
Yes.
Did you express that view at the time to those state chapters?
Senator, the structure of the ACLU is a rather Byzantine one, where boards of affiliates and the like control the policy decisions of state affiliates. I worked at the national office and did my job in the limited kind of criminal justice area that I oversaw as deputy legal director. The national office doesn't have supervisory authority over the affiliates.
Thank you, I understand. Several people here today have talked about the letters of support you've received from law enforcement organizations. I want to discuss the circumstances of that support. Did you or anyone on your behalf or anyone in or affiliated with the Biden campaign transition or administration pressure those organizations with threats of retaliation if they did not support your nomination?
No, Senator.
There were no threats to cut off access or influence to the Department of Justice if those law enforcement organizations did not support your nomination.
I don't believe a single law enforcement organization would allow itself to be subject to threats and certainly would not support my nomination. It goes against the grain, to be honest, to support a civil rights lawyer for the number 3 position of the Associate Attorney General of the Justice Department to support my nomination. These are from longstanding relationships that I've had with the Fraternal Order of Police, with every other law enforcement association. These are not people who would take lightly to being pressured in any improper way.
Are you aware of the phrase "not enough" being used in these conversations? Law enforcement organizations being told it's not enough to support Judge Garland and Ms. Monaco. They have to support you as well if they want access to the Department of Justice.
I have not heard of any such thing.
Thank you. I want to turn to a couple of questions about gender. In May 2018, the Department of Justice issued a policy saying that an inmate's biological sex would be the determinant to the prison facility to which they were assigned, not their gender identity. It said that was only appropriate, quote, only in rare cases, and, quote, on a case-by-case basis. You criticized that decision at the time. So let me ask you, do you believe that it should not be limited to rare cases and a case-by-case basis to assign a biological male inmate to a women's prison facility?
Senator, I believe that if I'm confirmed, I'm going to be enforcing federal laws on this. And the decisions that I made at the Civil Rights Division on these issues were very considered at the highest levels of the Justice Department in enforcing our federal laws and Constitution, and in protecting the public safety of people in prison, regardless of their background.
If infamous Democratic mega donor and sexual predator Harvey Weinstein transitioned to a female gender identity, do you believe that he should be placed in a women's prison?
Senator, I believe that the issue of how one defines sex and sex discrimination in our laws has been decided in the Bostock decision by the United States Supreme Court. And I will, if confirmed, be enforcing all federal law and Supreme Court precedent.
Well, it's an open question whether that case will be extended beyond the employment context. Let's turn to another context, sports. In 2016, at the Civil Rights Division, you issued guidance that Title IX requires that a school must not treat a transgendered student differently from the way it treats other students of the same gender identity. So that means, for instance, if a biological male student informs the school that he now identifies as a female, the school would be required to allow him to participate on girls' athletics teams. Is that correct?
Senator, President Biden has been very clear and forthright about his support to protect all LGBTQ people in an executive order. I think also supported by Bostock, which applies in Title VII, as you note, and he has asked federal agencies to look at and consider application of the Bostock decision in other federal statutes as long as it's consistent with the law. And if I am confirmed, I believe in supporting the dignity and well-being of all people in accordance with our federal laws and the Constitution.
Ms. Gupta, do you know who holds the world record for women in the 100-meter and 200-meter dash?
No, I do not.
The late, great Florence Griffith Joyner, Flo-Jo to millions of her fans. No woman has ever run faster in those two races than she has. But you know who has? 76 high school boys in America in 2019. Do you really think it's fair to high school girls, given the innate physical differences, to have boys who can beat the fastest woman in the history of the world transition to female identity and then compete against them in their sports?
Senator, I believe that LGBTQ people have the right and dignity to be identified as they see fit, as do all Americans. And If I am confirmed, I will be enforcing federal civil rights laws and the Constitution in upholding that value.
That time's expired.
Senator Coons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Gupta, if I might, I was struck at some of the ways in which you've been characterized as somehow anti-religion or anti-religious when you have self-described as a person of faith. You've talked about the role that faith has played in the pursuit of opportunities here in this country by your family, by your husband's family. And I'd just be interested in hearing your input on the time you spent while you led the Civil Rights Division working to protect religious freedom and to combat religiously based hate crimes. If you'd tell me a little bit more about that, I think that might be constructive in balancing some of the characterizations made of you today.
Thank you, Senator Coons. When I was at the Civil Rights Division, the Civil Rights Division actually enforces several statutes that protect people on the basis of their, that combat religious discrimination. It's in the area of educational equity, in the area of land use, so that churches and temples and mosques and any other place of religious worship can be cited, and if there are local efforts to improperly fight that the Civil Rights Division and the Justice Department can ensure that the laws are followed there. And hate crimes is another one. We prosecuted, when I was at the Civil Rights Division, any number of hate crimes against people because of their religious background. As I began to do this work, I felt like it was important not just to engage the prosecution or law enforcement strategies that are available to the Justice Department, but I launched an interagency initiative to protect religious freedom and combat religious discrimination. I traveled to about 9 cities. It was an all effort involving the FBI and U.S. attorneys' offices around the country where we met. We met with faith leaders of all stripes, of all political persuasions. We actually were very concerted in the outreach that we did in engaging stakeholders about what they were experiencing, what discrimination they were experiencing, what obstacles to religious practice they were experiencing. And then we issued a report and got some resources to bolster enforcement on these areas. These are issues that are incredibly important. And as I said, religious liberty is a founding freedom of this country, and one that if I am confirmed as Associate Attorney General, I would be honored to support.
One of the other areas I'm excited to have your skill and your convening and your attention to is the Violence Against Women Act, something my predecessor in this seat and a friend and now our president played no small role in not just helping get passed in the first place, but helping get reauthorized. Senator Klobuchar just asked you a few minutes ago about working with us in Congress to reauthorize it and to implement it. I understand while leading the Civil Rights Division, you were involved in a number of initiatives to combat sexual violence and gender-based violence. And frankly, those are the sorts of real-life issues that have dramatic and consequential and painful impact on families all over our country, on women facing violence because of their gender. Can you just describe that work and how you'd continue to do that work and to support survivors of domestic and sexual violence if you're confirmed?
I think that the scourge of domestic violence and sexual violence is a ongoing travesty in this country, and we don't always put enough resources behind it. I think that the Justice Department, through its Office of Violence Against Women, can do as much as it can through funding and support services for victims, as well as to engage in pilot programs, research and data collection, technical assistance to organizations and groups that are providing services in communities to victims, and obviously also the prosecution jurisdiction that the Justice Department has. So my hope is that the Violence Against Women Act will get reauthorized. I know that Senator Graham and Senator Grassley and Senator Durbin and others have recently sponsored legislation for crime victims, and I hope that that kind of funding will really, I think, benefit the Justice Department and the Crime Victims Fund to do more to support crime victims around the country.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gupta, for your leadership and for your testimony. And if I might, Mr. Chairman, I just want to read into the record one more letter that I didn't get to before. There are some who have been suggesting that law enforcement may have been cautious or hesitant in their support of you. I've known Chuck Wexler, the executive director of the Police Executive Research Forum, for decades. He played a central role in helping me as a county elected official improve the ethics and transparency of our police department. And he wrote, "In my 25 years at PERF, I've worked with numerous professionals at all levels of government. Vanita Gupta is undoubtedly one of the most sincere, knowledgeable, hardworking people I've known. She's earned the respect and confidence of PERF members and others across the policing profession." I'll skip forward. "She walks the talk. She seems ideally suited for the position of Associate Attorney General. She's a consensus builder and collaborator, known and respected by both management and labor. She appreciates the current needs of law enforcement while anticipating future possibilities. I join the members of our board in urging the committee to quickly advance her nomination and the Senate to confirm her. As someone who worked in and around law enforcement for some time in my local role, I'm clear how unusual it is to get the kind and breadth of support you've gotten from the civil rights community, the law enforcement community, from conservatives, from progressives, from folks who've known you. I very much look forward to voting for your confirmation. And Ms. Monaco, I also appreciate the chance to question you today and look forward to the confirmation of both of these very talented public servants. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ossoff?
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. And might I just take a moment, Ms. Gupta, to commend you for weathering the attacks and absorbing the slings and arrows that come with this nominating process. And given your track record and the conversations that we've shared, I know that's because you view this opportunity to do good and to secure equal justice for all as a historic one. And I want to thank you, and thank you both for your willingness to serve, for the equanimity with which you've approached this process, and I know your family is very proud as well. And I'd like to ask you a question about voting rights. As a colleague of mine observed, we just honored the 56th anniversary of Bloody Sunday, when in Selma, Alabama, John Lewis and Hosea Williams and hundreds of others marched into a storm of billy clubs and police dogs and brutality for daring to demand the right to vote for Black Americans in the American South 56 years ago. Congressman Lewis had his skull fractured that day, as you know, for daring to demand the right to vote. And yet it was just yesterday that Georgia's state Senate approved legislation so brazen and flagrant and obvious in its partisan and racial targeting. Voter suppression legislation so outrageous that even Georgia's own Republican lieutenant governor refused to oversee the debate of this bill because he recognized that there is no legitimate basis for these restrictions on voting and that it is merely an exercise in the abuse of power using force of law to disenfranchise the people to pursue partisan ends. So, Ms. Gupta, should you be confirmed, and you will assuredly have my support in your nomination for this position, will you commit to using the full power of your office to protect the sacred right to vote, which remains under attack in this country, to make democracy real for every American citizen?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Ms. Gupta. And Ms. Monaco, with my remaining time, a question for you, please, about cybersecurity and foreign intelligence threats to the United States. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence states that, quote, the cyber threat is simultaneously a national and homeland security threat and a counterintelligence problem, end quote. You have extensive experience in national security policy, homeland security policy. I asked FBI Director Wray last week in this committee whether the recent SolarWinds breach, whereby malware was embedded extensively on sensitive U.S. government networks, was a counterintelligence failure. And Director Wray was somewhat non-committal on that point. And I believe that it reflects some ambiguity across the federal bureaucracy about who is responsible for cybersecurity, whether it's chiefly a mission of the intelligence community, the Department of Justice, the Office of Management and Budget, or otherwise. Do you have any comment on how we can improve cybersecurity as a national security and counterintelligence mission? And will you work with my office and this committee to try to resolve any of that ambiguity so there's clear lines of responsibility and accountability, and we can improve our nation's national security by strengthening our networks, whether it be non-state actors or foreign intelligence services who seek to penetrate them?
Well, Senator, this is an area, as you note, that I have worked on for some time, both in and out of government. And I think it is really important to acknowledge that as of 2013, our intelligence community said that cyber threats were actually the top threat facing this country, which was a surprise then and took a lot of people by surprise that it eclipsed the terrorism threat at the time. And my understanding is that it has remained at the top of the worldwide threats assessment. So this is something that the entire government has to focus on. We have to make this an all-of-government effort. The solar winds issue, I will look forward to getting a full briefing on this if I am confirmed, and understanding the full state of the government's knowledge about that attack. What is clear to me is that nation states are engaged in an effort to use cyber tools in a game of political one-upsmanship and geopolitical one-upsmanship in the use of these tools. And it is incumbent upon the entire government for us to focus on this issue. And I think the Justice Department, through the work of the FBI, which has prioritized cybersecurity issues and working as part of the intelligence community to call out and identify malicious nation-state actors, through the very good work, I think, of the Department of Homeland Security in this effort. And I was very, very proud to work as the leader of the National Security Division to prioritize and emphasize the work on nation-state actors, identify them, call them out, and hold them to account. We have to continue all of those efforts, and I was encouraged when President Biden named a Deputy National Security Advisor specifically for cybersecurity and emerging technologies. So we have to work across the government, and if I am confirmed as the Deputy Attorney General, addressing cyber issues from nation states as a foreign intelligence threat, as a threat to our economic security with the theft of intellectual property, as well as a criminal matter, will be a top priority.
Thank you, Ms. Monaco. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks a lot. I've got a few comments, and then we'll wrap this up. Thank you both for being here today and for subjecting yourself to the questions, some of them repeatedly, but that is the function of this committee, to give you your day in the sun under oath to answer the questions of the members. Several things struck me. The whole question of defunding the police. I never bought into that idea from the start. It just didn't sound right. When I hear explanations, I understand what those who wrote that phrase might have been thinking. And I think of the case of Daniel Prude in Rochester, New York, a man in obvious mental distress. At 3 in the morning, takes all of his clothes off and sits in the middle of the street in a snowstorm, and 2 policemen show up. And they clearly didn't know what to do with him. Eventually, they handcuffed him. And then when they thought perhaps he was spitting on them, they put a hood over his head. And before it was all over, they had begun a process of asphyxiation, which took his life several days later. That was clearly a case where some other expertise was needed. It wasn't law enforcement expertise. It was someone who had a background in dealing with mental illness and psychology. And these officers might have been excellent policemen, but they were not psychologists and psychiatrists. That man lost his life. And if the message of police funding is to bring to police work professionals who can avoid that tragic ending with their own expertise and supplement it, the police work in domestic violence in so many areas which are highly emotionally charged, I think that's what many of us are driving for. And I don't think that disparages the police in any way, but it defines their role in the reality of their training and their preparedness to deal with many of these situations. The reason we know the Daniel Prude story is because of 2 or 3 things which have become, I think, game changers when it comes to law enforcement. DNA is a game changer. We know that from innocence projects all across the United States, and thank goodness for what they do. We also know videotape is a game changer. It's no longer just someone's word. It's a videotape that tells a story, and many times tells a different story than the written or oral accounting that you might have had to rely on before. And it's social media. Those random thoughts of all of us do not disappear. They tend to be around for a long time, and we're held accountable for them, all of us, including yourselves. In terms of changing your position on an issue, I'm lucky to be from the land of Lincoln, and he was so smart to make a lot of comments that I rely on throughout my public life. And they once accused Abraham Lincoln of changing his position on an issue. And he said, I did, and I'd rather be right some of the time than wrong all the time. And I think that reminds me that if you have an open mind and a learning person, you're bound to learn some things which change your mind. Life experiences change your mind. If you're honest about it, I don't see anything at all wrong with it. I would like to just spend 30 seconds and speak for 150,000 human beings who are going to depend on you, and we haven't mentioned them once during the course of this hearing. And I'm talking about the occupants of the federal prison system. We are bringing that number down of the total number of occupants, but we still have a lot of hard questions to answer. We've had hearings in this full committee. I was honored to chair one of them about solitary confinement, isolation. I believe that's as cruel as anything you can do to a person, and we do it to too many. Amazingly, many of the states have gone ahead of us. Senator Booker has a real interest in this area, and when we discussed the First Step Act, he was one of the people who brought some changes into our penal system and to be part of that effort. That, I might say, relates to this. That was a bad vote by me and a lot of others many years ago in response to crack cocaine. And I've been trying to straighten it out ever since with the Fair Sentencing Act and the First Step Act, and there's still more to do. And we need you helping us to do it. I want to make sure that every dangerous person is taken out of circulation and never threatens another person as long as they're dangerous. But there are many, many, many people in our federal prison system who do not fit that definition. They are there because of laws, flawed laws, which are written by us, and they're living them out. I noticed, Ms. Gupta, that one of the 10 cases which you identified was a man who had been sentenced to 44 years in prison. And through your good work, he was finally released. And let me just close by saying that a lot of things were said here, but I want to make a note on one. Ms. Gupta, when you were questioned about your financial situation, you gave such a refreshing, open, and honest answer. I will disclose, I will divest. We haven't heard that law for a long time from the top in Washington. And it's something that I think is part of our responsibility as public servants. Thank you for reminding us. Let me get down to the formality of what is to occur here. I want to enter a number of letters officially into the record and make a few logistical notes. Both nominees enjoy broad bipartisan support. I and other Democratic members have noted that support today, which is a testament to their qualifications and a firm belief that they will lead the Justice Department with integrity, independence, and dedication. It is too long a list to read of all the letters that have been sent in support of both of your nominations, but we will certainly enter this into the record. Questions for the record will be due to the nominees by 5 p.m. Friday, March 12th. The record remains open for submissions of letters and similar materials until 5 p.m. on Tuesday, March 16th. And with that, the hearing is adjourned.